In any case, welcome back and thanks for joining everyone. We've got an exciting week full of exciting earning. We've also got the Ortex AMA on Wednesday and the earnings call for GME, which we'll be hosting on Reddit Talk on Wednesday afternoon. So we hope you can all join us for that. Now let me invite a couple people up here and let's get this rolling.
What's up, everybody? It's December 2nd, 2022. It was December 2nd, 2022. What's important about that day is it had a lot of twos in it. That's why we're repeating it, just to let you guys know that Friday was a special date. And I think it's a good memory.
This is not the Christmas color we wanted today, was it?
Well, if Friday was any indication, things can change.
Yeah, we could have a wibbly wobbly scribble line of a crayon today. Warning, it may get volatile today.
So do I take it you're all positioned bullish then?
Oh yeah, I'm holding shares. That's my deal. Until SoFi, which is supposed to release options trading today, by the way. And I'm planning on transferring my entire stash account over to SoFi so that way I can finally start selling covered calls and trading options and doing this shit the right way, boys and girls and they.
I forgot to talk to one of the guys I go to church with, actually works for the Postal Service, and I forgot to ask him how the packages were this year compared to last year, see if it had gone down or not, because that could be an indicator for bad retail.
I mean, if we're going strictly by sales numbers, Black Friday is up 5% year over year for e-commerce purchases. Now, keep in mind that's in the face of 8% inflation, so at best we're flat to slightly negative.
Yo, good morning, everybody. I've been on here a few times talking about Robinhood. When it was at about like $9, I said it's pretty good. Currently it's trading at around 10. And after I've looked through the income statement, I'm really not too happy after looking at a net loss since their IPO. So this coming quarter, I'm hoping to see it go positive with net income, and then I might go ahead and start buying more. But ultimately, I'm not buying more. I'm just holding. If it gets down to 9, I may buy more, but we'll see.
Is there an options play that you are interested in?
I'm just selling covered calls. Ultimately, I may sell covered puts down at like 9, but ultimately, no options, please.
I like Roblox, $35 calls. Kids want them Robux. They don't want no money for Christmas. They want them Robux. And I think they're going to go up.
I'm going to buy a lot of CRISPR today. I really like the price, right around $50. If I can get my cost basis to exactly 50, I really like that. I think CRISPR is going to quadruple in a decade or so.
Did anybody get in on the news about Sally Beauty Holdings closing 1,700 stores?
I guess not. Could you elaborate?
Well, about 3 weeks ago, I saw that that Sally Beauty Holdings was closing every store in the state of Florida, which amounted to around 1,700 or 1,800 stores. And I was going to come on and see if anybody thought that was a good play and how y'all would play it, but it never I never got to come up and talk about it.
Generally speaking, store closings and other cost-cutting measures are
Yeah.
bullish, at least in the very short term. Think
Yeah.
3 to 6 weeks. So you're welcome. Well, since the news is already out, you can probably wait for the euphoria to run out and then sell the news, buy puts against.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Thanks for the confirmation.
Of course.
Could I backtrack to the person that was before you, the guy who said 4x on CRISPR? Is CRISPR the genetic coding thing? Is that CRISPR?
Yeah, so I guess the problem with the investment is that any company could come along and do exactly what CRISPR is doing with one small edit, and then boom, they're a new company. And that being said, CRISPR is the biggest name in the game, so to speak, of genetic engineering, and this entire industry has yet really to be defined. Once there's some innovative medicines or actual medical products created from it, that's when the real tendies are going to come.
So because it's such a new industry, do you think that regulation could be a detriment to your investment thesis?
Yeah.
But also, has there been dozens of gene therapies coming out over the last few years? I mean, how many of those are CRISPR? How many of those are something else?
I'm not a scientist, I'm a regard.
I just want to remind everybody that today is December 5th, 2022. And invite your brother, sister, mother, cousin, uncle, grandma, whoever to the stock today. Trying to reach 1,000 for Monday for that green open.
Regarding CRISPR, I hold CRISPR stock. I'm holding it long. I've had it for quite a while, but there was some news recently that they lost. I believe they lost a patent dispute for some of their technologies, or the patent that they've been granted was revoked and was given to someone else because there was some kind of dispute about ownership. So you might want to look into that a little bit to see how that plays out for you if you're going into CRISPR.
Thank you. I will try to do due diligence, but as I said, I'm really bullish on everything today. I'm going to pull the trigger if the price action is suitable.
I have puts on Lucid at $5, expiring like late March, I believe. I'm not a fan of Lucid at all.
Wait, what was the put price?
7, I'm sorry, 7.5, I believe.
7.5. That's a lot of room to go down.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna just come out with earnings in February. They're just gonna disappoint like crazy. They're offering like up to $20,000 to their employees to buy cars. They're just not a good company at all. Just investors from Saudi Arabia who have a lot of money, but I think Saudi Arabia is thinking about putting money into Credit Suisse or something like that.
You mean Credit Suisse?
Yes, sorry.
I believe the proper pronouncing is Credit Sus.
Well, someone
How
thinks they
do
have value
people feel
because their
about
share
Lucid?
price isn't zero.
The Saudis.
Yeah, I agree on that Lucid thing. I mean, from a value standpoint, they look horrible, terrible. A lot of debt, negative revenue, negative earnings. I agree with that.
What really sold me on putting puts on it is I actually ran into someone who owns a Lucid and I was interested. So I approached him and asked him, and he hates his fucking car. He said it's one of the worst investments that he actually bought. Just a lot of programming issues, just nothing quality about that vehicle.
Which model does he have?
The Air, Lucid Air? Yeah.
Sounds like he's an airhead.
Which one? Because there's like 3 different brands and models of air. Which one is it?
I don't think it matters. Is
Oh, I
there a
don't know
good
the
model of
exact.
air?
Yeah, there's 3 different models of air. One is the cheapest, which is like $90,000. That's the Grand Touring. And then there's another one, which is the Dream Edition, which is actually their best fucking one, aside from the Sapphire. And then there's a third one, which is a steel top that hasn't actually started shipping just yet.
I'm sorry, but
So
if
it
I'm paying
obviously varies.
$90,000 for a car and it doesn't work, I'd be pissed too.
Yeah, especially when we're like so used to Tesla's quality. Um, but yeah, I'm willing to hear any kind of bullish stance on Lucid. I mean, if
But
you're losing money every time you sell a car, and then you're offering $20,000 off to your employees to buy one, I mean, but yeah, if you have a bullish stance, I'd like to hear about it.
Well, there was an article I read this morning just by coincidence talking about how Lucid is the Tesla killer, and it was actually the title of the article was bullish, but the meat of the article was very bearish. The car cost $100,000 more than the Tesla S Plaid, and there's no way you're going to compete with that. I mean, $100,000 price difference is just too much to swallow. So I mean, it was a joke. Even bullish articles, if you read into them and understand them, they're very bearish.
Hold on a
Max is
second.
currently
Isn't the Tesla
dabbing so
S?
he can get his bullish sentiment going.
Oh, well, hold on. Isn't the Tesla S Plaid like a $270,000 car? The
Oh
fucking
well,
Sapphire
Nah,
is a
no, it's not.
$250,000 car, which is $20,000 cheaper. And not only that, it's infinitely faster. It goes from 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds and 0 to 100 in 2.8.
That's the
This thing is phenomenal. So to
yeah,
call this thing
1.89
anything
seconds.
but short of like terrible is exactly that. So I'm
It's
looking
out.
forward
hey
to this
Max,
dip. I'm gonna be
the
buying
plat is
it.
only like 150.
The S they listed the S around 169 in the article, and the Plaid at 254, and the 0 to 60 was 1.89 seconds, so it was 1/100th of a second faster than a Tesla, than the Plaid S. It was not 1.8, it was 1.89, and the Tesla was 1.9.
What about Polestar?
Hey, can we get back to plays and stuff? Or what's up? I bought calls on Pfizer, for example, because Pfizer's now going to be giving the vaccine to expats in China, and China's going to be allowing it. So China's allowing non-Chinese citizens that are living in China to get the Pfizer vaccine. I view this as the first step of maybe pivoting away from Sinovac. And if that's the case, then Pfizer will be well positioned to potentially provide a vaccine to 1.1 billion people. So I bought some long-dated calls on just the rumor to see what happens.
By what strike price?
That would be $52.
Can you verify where you got that information from again, just for context sake?
Yeah, if you just go ahead and give it a Google. Sorry, I'm like driving right now. I'm on my phone, like hands-free in the car. But yeah, if you just give it a Google, you will find where basically China is allowing expats to get the Pfizer vaccine. So there was some news articles about it. It just came out. I believe it was December 2nd was when the news was announced. And so I just YOLO'd into them blindly for no reason. Just based on that news. We'll see what happens.
So I just Googled it, and I don't know if the source is at all correct, but it looks like there's something like 1.5 million expats in China. Seems really low. How many expats are there in China? If anyone knows.
I would.
Yeah, this news itself is like probably not going to move the needle. so to speak. But the idea that China is allowing foreign vaccines into their borders, I think is pretty compelling.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Trans-COVID, China had 850,000 registered foreigners. So think the folks from Africa who are staffing manufacturing facilities or learning how to manage manufacturing lines, foreign investors who have companies in China trying to manage their operations there, and then of course the salesmen who represent Western companies in China itself. Think broker type people.
I do want to also bring in the controversial issue, which was that there was a lot of semiconductors and tech jobs that were being pushed out of China, basically telling the Americans to leave China to go back to America just due to the tensions that were there. That has since settled, and they're being invited back. So you can take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, that's quite interesting, though.
Still not sure why Pfizer, not mRNA, but sorry if I missed that. I don't know if anyone else like. Are you guys really still playing like COVID? I feel like that's 2-year-old story at this point.
Not in China.
In China, they're still spraying the streets with disinfectant, so they are
very different in
100%
China.
scared.
All right. Any thoughts on things other than COVID then? Before we're done on that.
Seen a commercial last night for the new Mario Brothers movie.
Excellent due diligence, as always.
To take a step back to China, I heard that Apple is getting out of China now. So Foxconn actually has blown up enough. So just want to bring that out there. Puts on Apple.
To be clear, they're not getting out of Chinese supply companies. They're simply asking their suppliers to move a portion of their supply chain out of China. So it's still a Foxconn factory in Vietnam and India that's being spun up to manufacture Apple products.
So short term, would that mean that they're going to have a lot more expense setting up these factories, but long term, overall, they're going to end up benefiting from their diversified locations?
In theory, yes. In practice, I don't think so, because there's a reason why the Chinese manufacturers outperform the Indian and the Vietnamese manufacturers.
Thank you.
I don't know what that reason. I have no idea what it is, but there's a reason these companies invested billions of dollars in China and not India or Vietnam.
I think it's that the Chinese government will kind of force anyone to kind of work in those factories. And I think that's maybe the bigger issue. If some of these stories come to more light and there's pressure to view this as like forced labor, then maybe other companies have to get out of China as well. But unlike Apple, they might not have the luxury of time. So I don't know if there's any other companies that are very heavily reliant, that are publicly traded, that are heavily reliant on Chinese manufacturing.
But I mean, it comes at a good time though, right? As production overall just decreases and demand decreases. So, they don't need that upward pressure to stay in China or be forced to if they don't need to.
I think a lot of the reasons why they've stayed in China, haven't gone elsewhere, is China has a very authoritarian government, which tends to be able to keep wages low. You have India, where if you have appalling worker conditions, eventually they're going to make some sort of complaint. And then Vietnam, which also has a communist government, just doesn't have the population for the workforce that China can provide.
All right, so what companies should be looking for abroad?
If I can just add in this 2 cents, TSMC, as you guys know, is Taiwan Semiconductor. manufacturing. They essentially opened up a factory in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, to be exact. And Apple and I believe it's NVIDIA are the ones that are first on the order sheet, if you may. So I feel like it's just the made in USA transition, but I don't feel like it's there's no numbers out there, so it's very speculative to assume that the US or China has been taken away or added to in regards to the whole movement of supplies and whether or not they're going to use more of the US or China for manufacturing those semiconductor chips. I just wanted to add that in there.
Is there any reason Neo is up like it is this morning?
I'm not sure specifically, but could be related to China easing testing requirements and going further into easing up on COVID restrictions. On Friday, Jinko Solar jumped like 12%, which is a pretty big jump, as well as the other Chinese manufacturers. So I think that might be just a continuation of that.
Thanks.
All right, what else we got? I don't think any of us here are experts in China, really. No
Yeah,
offense.
Yeah. No
The
offense
only
taken.
The only remark I was going to make about China is that over the course of 2020 and 2021, there was a huge shift in production, specifically in the retail, specifically golf sector, from Vietnam, where all the production for their irons were being produced, all the top brands. They bought heavily into Chinese manufacturing because of the way they were handling COVID restrictions. And they actually invested millions of dollars into manufacturing products there to offset their production issues. So Acushnet, Callaway, some forms of Adidas, and Titleist being the big brands that really bought in heavily there. They're not going anywhere a while because they need to get return on their investment for that area. So retail sector for sporting goods is a big focus point for Chinese development. They still have some manufacturing in Vietnam, but now their core production, which is going to kick off really hard in spring with all their launches. So you may see those specific stocks jump up anywhere from, speculatively, based on their history, they tend to jump up about maybe $5, some off their top. The Cushnet generally fluctuates between $20 and $30 in its sale price. So keep your eye on that because it's kind of low right now because there's not a lot of sales, just kind of holiday. But the focus points being club sales for like companies like Mizuno too. Just kind of keep your eye on those because you can make some easy money on there because they get more visibility in the spring.
So Yang calls got up.
Oh, Yang calls. Doesn't that go against Hardy's Yang puts?
To be
Fight,
clear,
fight,
I was
fight.
selling puts opinion.
Significantly less exciting.
As mentioned in the comments today, that Making Changes 77 says POTUS is visiting the TSMC factory this week in Phoenix, and I did Google check that, and it looks like that is true. So he should be visiting on December 6th, which is tomorrow.
Sorry, I just got a little bit confused. I was trying to work out Hardy's play, and so basically he's bearish on a bearish position in a bearish ETF. I think I've got that right.
I'm expecting relatively flat. It's either flat to contraction in the Chinese economy, which means I want Yang to go to the right or slightly up. Does that help?
Yeah, I like the directions. Might need to draw a graph.
Hardy, if you don't mind, there is a comment in the comment section that says, what's the chances that we're going to talk about options? Just kind of basics 101. If you want to just give a 10-second, if you don't mind, I don't want to pick up the spot. Just kind of an intro to options sentence.
One sentence, okay. Look up my Q&A and AMAs hosted here in Wall Street Bets.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually great advice and very good.
Yeah, that sentence did not explain options at all.
That's all I could fit into one sentence.
They're also recorded on the YouTube if you need to see a visual light flashing around Hardy.
So someone asking about Facebook's movement up lately. A big reason why, remember, are the layoffs. When the layoffs were announced and the extent of the layoffs, Facebook went up bigsies.
And it's still continuing, right? Like it's a little bit more
Well,
under the rug now.
He also made comments at that meeting where SBF was interviewed that kind of got passed over, where he said we went too hard on the metaverse play in terms of our position. So I think a lot of the layoffs are not only because of the tech trend to get cash positive and stop incinerating money on these overpaid people who want to work remotely. And he's backing off of metaverse because crypto got their fucking rug pulled again. So I think people are like, okay, he just fired a bunch of people. He's backing off that stupid ass metaverse idea. Like he's kind of fucked because he already changed the name, but perhaps like two good things in a row parlayed together equals something positive for Facebook. Sorry, Meta.
For those of you who advertise on Facebook or Instagram, you may have noticed that the gray hat stuff is getting approved again. Keep in mind, a large chunk of the layoffs was the moderation team. So the stuff that used to work like circa 2015 to 2018 works again. And so it's been a good e-commerce holiday, this Black Friday, Cyber Monday, for the small shops, small being less than $10 million a year in revenue.
Are we sure it's just not, people letting their kids buy their Oculus so that they don't murder them?
Well, I think he's looking at this from what he sees on Facebook ads themselves.
But is Zuckerberg really backing out of the whole metaverse investment?
It's not backing out completely. It's
just reducing spend.
We just reduced staff. We were way bullish on this space that is clearly overhyped and just had a massive scam fraud going on. A lot of those metaverse games and tokenized gaming ideas really don't have like a solid market just because a bunch of people lost their liquidity. Like all of that is disposable, speculative. Like besides you gaming nerds that I doubt are going to be gaming on Facebook in the first place, you're only really going to be using like their AR products, I'm assuming.
I don't think anything in Zuckerberg's metaverse was particularly crypto related, so I wouldn't turn your thesis bearish based on that. I think he was just spending a little bit too much money.
It's actually about step two. I wasn't sure where all this, the metaverse was all about crypto was coming from. I was about to just ask like where you guys got that idea. I never had that impression at all, and I'm like really into it.
It's the tie-in with Web3, right? So like Web3 and metaverse are like emergent technologies, and so people tie them in with one another. But yeah, there's not really anything that says a metaverse has to be crypto enabled, right? And I don't think there's any evidence, especially that what was their coin? Libra was the one Facebook was trying to launch, and it went tits up in 2019. So like, yeah, Facebook's not really trying to get into crypto again, at least to my knowledge.
Didn't that
They are, but it's
move
under the
on to
Novi
another
brand.
project? Yeah, didn't that the initial project, I don't know if it was called Libra, but didn't that team just move out of Facebook and continue what they were doing?
No, so Libra was a Facebook-led consortium of multiple tech companies to enter the crypto space, which failed spectacularly. However, The technology and remnants of the Libra team have moved on to Novi.
I thought it was just the regulators that kind of put the kibosh on it.
Doesn't matter, it failed either way. Meta will eventually try again by integrating it into the metaverse, ostensibly so creators could create avatars, icons, and other consumables within the metaverse for which Facebook gets a cut. Unfortunately, the projected revenue from that doesn't nearly cover the cost of building out the metaverse. So the
What
short-term
about all
bull
the
play, the short-term bull play I see for Meta at all is the fact that they had layoffs, supposedly cutting the fat, but in practice they cut off a lot of really talented engineers on teams that were just completely obliterated. So I think it was a little bit botched. However, the layoff isn't effective until next year, and that's what I'm finding out from interviews with soon-to-be ex-Meta employees who have come to some of the companies I advise looking for work at ridiculously
what
high
about
salaries. What's up?
what about all the regulation coming after Elon dropped everything on Twitter Friday?
Hard to say.
You mean Hunter Biden's dick pics?
No, he did not drop Hunter Biden's dick pics. I was going to bring that up because I think Tesla is a buy over the next 2 months because of what is going on at Twitter. I'll try and make the case for it short, and then I would like for someone to challenge me on it other than, oh yeah, Tesla's cars are secretly shitty. So basically, when Elon started this whole bid to take over Twitter, a lot of the Tesla movement downward in the past 2 months, I feel like, and this is just my opinion, this is not based on any like technical or financial analysis. I think a lot of the sentiment is like, look how bad things are over at Twitter. Look how much money he took out of Tesla to pay for this. Look at the interest rate going up. Like, think about how much debt he just took out and how expensive it is to finance it. And they correlated all these things with Tesla that were going on with Twitter just because of his equity moving from Tesla to Twitter. So now we're looking at a price on Tesla where I think over the next 2 months, you need to start accumulating Tesla shares at this price and look for it to move into like the 207 to 11 range in the next month. And possibly if you can get a pop and get out in the 230, 245 range over the next 2 months, I think you start buying now and look for it to move upward as the positive sentiment about what he's doing at Twitter takes away people's fears about his incompetence as a CEO, and people stop tanking Tesla thinking that, oh, he's going to blow up Twitter and then he's going to have to take more Tesla shares out. Like, he inherited a shitty ass company and is trying to make it better. And I think the data dump that he started on Friday is showing like, hey, the political system has their fingers in Twitter. I'm trying to restore public trust in this company that I see being a place where people can share ideas in the future. And like, it's not about Hunter Biden's dick pics. It's about restoring public trust in the company that he just bought.
It sounds like you drank the Kool-Aid, but nonetheless.
It's about helping Republicans get elected so he doesn't get taxes high.
I think you guys could say that there is an argument that because of his connections, maybe he is more pro-Republican. But if you look at his voting history, I would say that he's more leader focused. And I think that if you look at how Joe Biden has treated Tesla, there's no way that he would be pro-Biden administration. I think that's how you got to look at it.
No, that's true. I agree with the play that you're making too. I think it's a great entry point for Tesla, and I have some cash secured puts on Tesla.
My question is because obviously, like, Tesla compared to other automakers is trading at a ridiculously high like valuation in terms of like their actual market share. So aren't we just seeing Tesla actually getting closer to what its true price should be?
Yeah, I like Tesla at 140 a share, and here's why. 10 times price to book is something that automotive manufacturers do trade at. General Motors is right now 10 times price to book ratio. So I like Tesla at 140 a share. or below. I mean, I still think it's overvalued. I still think there's room to go down even from here. It had just gone from insanely overvalued to still moderately overvalued. It's still overvalued. And there's multiple major automotive, legacy automotive people entering the electric space over the next 18 to 24 months. And what that's going to do, if anything, it will erode Tesla's market share. It's certainly not going to boost it. So, I mean, just being realistic here, that's my buy point.
Sell the 145 put and collect 500 premium. If you get assigned, you'll be at Tesla at 140. Chances are you won't, though.
I feel like, though, that Tesla just as a brand, and we're not talking about people like us who are sitting here talking about it. We're talking about people who, the general public, I feel like people look at Elon Musk as this, like, just the all-knowing person, and they think that Tesla is like the standard. And I'm talking about the demographic of, like, you know, your baby boomers, your retired people, like, whether or not additional companies come in, enter the market, Tesla was still the early adopter of the electric technology. And I think that that part of the brand will carry value and maybe create more value in the stock than what we believe it should have.
So
Well,
bullish
either
because
way, he
brand
dropped
is undervalued. Hoof.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Bullish because the brand is undervalued.
I think that the brand is overvalued personally, but I don't know how it's going to. What I'm saying is I think it's overvalued. The brand is overvalued socially, you know? Like, people think that it's the general public, people who don't really, you know, they're just looking at the name brands. They don't care about, like, if it's got a problem in functionality, they're going to make an excuse in their head because it's the name brand. You know what I'm saying?
So
Okay.
you're
Guys really
saying that
comparing.
the same people who buy Tesla stock are the same people who would buy like a $200 Supreme fanny pack.
I'm not
Really
necessarily
comparing.
saying that. I'm saying that the people think that the Tesla stock is valuable because they're not, like, looking at it the way that we are looking at it.
Are you guys comparing Tesla that does EVs vertically, creates batteries, creating gigafactories around the world, and also improving the supply chains for energy, everything energy, with also their own AI stack to GM and Ford? You guys really think that's where the value comes from?
Yes, because that's the majority of their revenue, the car sales. While it's true Tesla has these secondary businesses, keep in mind Ford, GM, and Toyota also have and Honda also have secondary research type businesses whose discoveries trickle down into their car business. So it may not be one to one, but it's certainly it's, let's say, 0.9 or 1.1 to 1 type relationship. They're
I
just,
highly disagree. The AI
of
stack
course,
alone,
you're
the AI
welcome to.
stack alone, I mean, just like if people are valuing OpenMind and all these other AI stack companies multiple billions of dollars, how can you discount that for Tesla? Whereas Tesla has real world cars driving with AI, and the number one thing with AI is data, and they have the best proprietary data for building AI stack.
So, how do you think the data is used in Tesla's AI?
For training self-driving cars.
Correct, correct. How does that work?
What do you mean, how does that work? They load the data in the computer,
It's not
in the cloud.
it's not like load the data in an Excel spreadsheet and then run a secret algorithm against it.
That's why I said that the data in AI is the gold mine, right? So
Because the
that's why
companies that are receiving the massive valuations are all on the promise or the vision that their AIs will produce tremendous returns. A good example is medical billing. So a lot of doctors miscode their treatments for various patients, and it costs insurance companies a lot of money. There are multiple AI companies in the space who promise, who haven't yet delivered, who promise to be able to detect this miscoding or misbilling and save insurance companies lots of money. There's another AI company that does what supposedly is good at massive computer vision identification. Now, the technology has come very far in the last 5 to 7 years, but at least for what I've seen so far among the computer vision experts who work for some of the companies that I advise, the technology only works in very specific instances. So, for example, if you show a picture of a white man versus a black man, the AI is not as good at detecting black man versus white man. And a part of that is because the data of which it was trained caused some unintentional bias. So I suspect, especially given the demographic that Tesla has feeding the data into their AI, the value of the AI business is not as high as you may think. Or at least I disagree with your valuation of the AI business.
Well, the AI
AI
business
is
is the
racist.
biggest thing because people value the robotaxi industry as being a multi-trillion-dollar industry in the future. So that's why all these companies, not only Tesla but Google and Cruise,
Yes,
etc.,
Waymo,
have
Cruise.
have crazy evaluations just
Do you
based on
know who
that.
owns Cruise, the robotaxi startup?
Yeah, it was a person who started it up, got acquired by GM, and
Correct.
GM has
So,
fumbled the ball on Cruise. But the
of
main thing for
course.
all these companies is that they don't have the proper data, and Tesla's leading on the data. This is not just for me. They had the lead computer vision AI scientist, Andre Karpathy from Stanford, leading the computer vision team. So all I'm saying is, people are not only valuing Tesla on the cars, the EV cars it produces. That's all I'm saying. So you can't really compare one to one to other companies.
Speaking
You
of
need to
Google, I'm
compare
bearish
against
on
something.
Google.
Bearish? Why?
On Google and Meta. The politicians are hollering after the first of the year they're going to do inquiries on they're bringing back up the elections. And I'm not swinging off nobody's nuts, but it does cause a bearish sentiment against the companies.
Swinging off someone's nuts. That's the new one.
Well, not off of Teslas.
I'm going to use that one on my next conference call.
I wanted to add something about the AI and the facial recognition on like the white and black faces.
Go ahead.
I help like a lot of people every day take like Respondus lockdown browser exams, and Respondus has like a facial recognition technology, so it can tell if you're looking at the screen or not. And like I know everyone's heard that like the facial detection, works better on white people than it does on black people, but you would not believe the extent to which that's true. Like it's almost unbelievable. Like with white people, the facial detection just works like 100% of the time, unless their face gets too low and gets cut out of the webcam frame, like below their nose gets cut out, then it'll say something. But black people, especially if the room is dark at all, it basically doesn't matter what they do. Like no matter how perfectly they get into the camera frame, it's like it just doesn't work at all.
Yeah,
So even
that's a
the AI
lighting
is
problem.
racist themselves.
No,
Yeah,
no, no. They just
it's
have
a
a
lighting
biased
problem.
training
That's all it
set. Like
is.
2 years ago, I was brought in to consult on a medical device, and we just opened some clinics in predominantly Somalian neighborhoods, and we had that AI trained up right in about 6 weeks. So you just have a biased training set, and your model was trained on a biased set. It's a common issue in AI. I'd recommend that you get some diversity in your training set, buddy. It'll fix it.
Thank you, Scald.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to like the AI stuff, I'm actually epidemiology by training, and this is basically just general statistics. So basically, what everybody's saying about race, and it's not about race, it's basically whatever data that's been fed. So if you don't have enough data to go with, you're not gonna get the the meta accurate data set and the expectation that's gonna perform for everybody. I mean, so and going back to like the whole AI thing, like for health is basically the biggest thing. For driving, I don't see it right now. But there's way too many variables in America to do it. I mean, if we function like fucking robots, yeah, sure. But there's too many variables. But for healthcare, even healthcare is like a lot of fuck ups where you can't even do like Sigma on most of these processes. Going back to Hardy's comment about healthcare consulting, he's absolutely correct. Like medical billing is a big chunk, but even when it comes to medical billing, you can't do like very specific specialty billing because there's so many like consultants and like specialty doctors to deal with that billing that you can't really get an AI to train on it. There's just not enough
So
data.
so this is the main thing about AI. AI is supposed to be as good as the best in that field. So if AI is not trying to match, not trying to be 100% perfect for driving, for medical, it's not trying to be 99% or better than the best top person. It's trying to exceed the best top person. So that's the main thing about AI. So it comes down to data. So my point was about Tesla having the best data for self-driving. So it's not them about hitting 100% accuracy while driving. It's about them being 99% or 0.2% better than the best driver. That's what's going to enable the industry, and that's for every industry. So
That's
if you
already
go,
been done. If you look at the Formula One races, the autonomous division. I think is it Formula E, whatever that's called.
no, it has been done for that, but it hasn't been done for basic city driving, navigation end to end. So that's the only thing
Right.
that hasn't been done for yet. A lot of companies right now are geofencing their car
What
data and using a lot of
what do you
companies.
think is the limitation? Is it just lack of data?
No, so the limitation is the neural nets that they're building that's doing inference on the data right now, and
Because
it's
we
not
have
perfect.
deep learning models that are capable of doing speech, that are capable of drawing images from that are completely original.
Yes, but
So
the main problem is the hitting the 99%. So a lot of companies are around 95%, right? And to get to the full self-driving, they need to get to 99%. And the best one right now that's doing it, like I tried many of them. Tesla is the best right now because a lot of companies geofence and rely on high high image maps. I forgot the name of it. Maps that are very detailed. So right now,
High resolution.
high resolution, yes, high resolution mapping data. So a lot of companies like Cruise, etc., are using geofencing and high resolution maps. Tesla's the only company right now that has data around the world, right? Europe, like places like Europe, China, and US and Canada, and parts of Mexico and the Middle East, that they're right now building that perfect pipeline to drive autonomously. So number one in AI is the data. Data is the biggest thing. Data is the oil, right? So a lot of these new companies right now are trying to generate or capture this data. So if you're looking at AI companies investment, look at the companies that have wide grip and proprietary data. That's gonna drive their AI stack.
And I just wanted to say that the Tesla S Plaid, I heard someone say it was 250,000. It's actually only like 156 at the most.
I appreciate
okay.
the conversation about the AI, but I just want to jump in to reiterate that the play is not based on the value of the company. What I'm talking about is the momentum of the stock relative to what has been going on while the Twitter deal gets worked out, and the positive momentum that is going to be reported on at Twitter because of the data dump that went on Friday that did not involve Hunter Biden's dick pic, but involved him explaining, here is
But
what
why are we
governments.
talking about Twitter when they're not publicly traded? I'm just curious.
We're talking about Tesla. I said, here is what's going on the last year in the Tesla price movement. Here's how it's correlated at Twitter. Here's what happened at Twitter. Here's what's going to happen at Tesla. Then we got buried in the weeds about AI, which I appreciate the conversation because it's informative. I'm just saying it's not about playing like, oh, Tesla's going to revert back to its fair value. Like this shit has been overpriced for how many years now? I'm talking about look at the momentum, look at what's going on, get your money in right now and get it out when it's in the 211 to 237 range.
And meanwhile, we've got Chevrolet coming out with a brand new Equinox that's going to blow all the socks right off of people's shoes.
So they say, please do
Bro, did you
elaborate.
just say an Equinox?
Yeah, Chevy has gone all in. They have now an EV for every model, trim, and make, like, small car to big truck. and the Equinox, they're trying to get $35,000 and 250 miles of range. Like, Big Auto is not going to just let Tesla keep on rolling.
Is
But
this
you said
before
that
or
thing has
after
a
the
whopping.
government credits?
All right. Has anybody here actually owned an electric car for over 5 years?
I have
Because I have.
obviously.
I
I
have
have.
for about 10 years, so I can probably have some pretty good firsthand experience. But anyways, what everybody's saying is great, but what it comes down to is mass adaptation of this product. Is it affordable? Do you guys kind of know? Is affordable for somebody who's on a budget?
Adoption.
Over the
But
next year and a half, probably not, mainly because pending recession, right? And
Correct.
unless fuel prices go up dramatically again, odds are it'll be secondary market electric cars
But I won't even look at it
first.
like that. I'll look at it more so the countries legislating banning ICE cars. So China is what, 2030? Canada is
Right.
2035. Europe is 2035. And California is 2035. So ICE is done.
Yeah, ICE is definitely over and finished with. Hydrogen is not going to be a feasible replacement, so Toyota, LOL. And plus, anecdotal evidence, I'm living upstate now, and the amount of EVs, especially the Hyundais that I'm seeing rolling around here, even in like rural America, people are going solar, people are going towards electric vehicles for like 99% of their commutes. It's happening.
Nah, I live in a semi-rural area, and I'm gonna avoid an electric car as long as possible, simply because the infrastructure is just not there.
I
Second of all,
agree. I agree.
second of all, anybody who's ever driven a regular Equinox, is probably not gonna get into the electric Equinox
Yeah,
market.
exactly.
Those Equinoxes have sucked since day one. They've been plagued with all kinds of issues, like the old ones, the gas powered ones. So I don't know if I'd want to. I'd
I
probably
know
save up money
brand
and go.
recognition is in the toilet with the Equinox. It's like, who buys a Dodge Journey brand new in today's world?
Right, or a Neon. You know what I
I th-
mean? So like,
I
I'd
think
rather
we've
go
beat
with
this
a.
topic to death. Do we have any other plays to follow up?
I wanted to talk Apple earlier. That's actually why I came on the call. Just very quickly, Apple has filed for a trademark XROS. I do believe that they've been tight-lipped looking at Microsoft and the HoloLens 2. And from what it's looking like, we might be seeing a Q1 drop of Apple's extended reality headset and their version of a metaverse like meeting up spot. I'm pretty bullish on Apple. I think it's 200 end of year. And we're about like 500 shares in plus some leaps.
I feel like if that would be a Q1 release, it would be very late towards Q1 because I can't imagine them filing for the patent and then immediately saying, "Hey, we got this." I feel like they are going to want that to go through before they start going through production and then potentially lose the patent on something or stupid or whatever.
All right.
Eh, I have another play. That's actually the reason I came up because somebody earlier was talking about solar panels. I posted a link that the U.S. Commerce Department is actually investigating China on dodging tariffs for imported solar panels. So China is the world's largest solar panel producer. It basically owns like 80% of the solar producing companies. So if this actually becomes like real big news and people are getting like throttled on importing Chinese solar panels, this will be a significant play that doesn't just like impact domestic solar companies, but we're looking at Tesla, who actually switched to like really cheap Chinese solar panels in Solar City, that is basically pumping out all of these solar panels for like dirt cheap. They're like literally 20 to 30% less than companies that are like more established companies in America that are building solar panels. So keep that on the radar because that's going to be very interesting looking forward.
All right, thank you for sharing. Who else has plays?
What about Quanta Company? If everybody's going to be maxing out the grid with all these energy efficient cars and electric cars, Quanta is one of the biggest contractors in the world and operate out of the U.S. I know that they hold the contract in Puerto Rico with FEMA.
What's the ticker?
I can't remember the ticker offhand. I'm driving. I'm actually in the Virgin Islands.
All right, can someone in the comments please find the ticker? In the meantime, GameStop just touched Gamma Max. I think it's going to go down a little bit in the run-up to earnings. So I'm buying December 9, 2650 puts for 110 or less.
When are they coming out with earnings?
December 7th. I intend to get out before then.
Oh,
Wednesday.
I'll be watching my shares like a hawk.
All right,
When you
Quanta
say
Services. Sorry, I'm just going to PWR is the company for Quanta Services, construction
PWR.
engineering company.
Thank you.
Thank you. GameStop, when you said 110 puts, you mean $10?
So I want the December 9, 2650 strike puts for $1.10 or less.
Oh, okay, got you. Thank you for clarifying.
So, I don't know how this is going to go, but remember that we no longer have a market cap minimum. So, BBBY, they, on their subreddit, have been going ridiculously, oh, it's going to squeeze, it's going to moon, and I think they're full of it. So I'm eyeing $3 puts, probably for sometime in January or February.
Since market cap has been removed, I'm calling SOLO, solo, electric vehicle, three-wheeler, getting tons of contracts. Cars are being delivered. Spoke with investor relations. They are getting more vehicles produced. They're already in delivery and final, pre-order stages. Any day now, some news will drop. They're $1.15 on the market.
Have the Bed Bath & Beyond apes given a date for the squeeze? Because I'd like to sell those calls if I can do deep in the money buy rights.
I don't know if there was a specific date. I just saw someone had shared on another subreddit a video that someone had made about how it was going to moon in that, and they have posted it yesterday. And I'm like, wait, they still think this thing's going to go up. They still think there's going to be a squeeze. And so I was looking at one point, it was up. It's down another percent in pre-market, but I think within the next 2 months it will definitely be below $3.
Yeah, they seem to think that the squeeze is imminent and that it's going to easily break through, and that people that sold Bed Bath & Beyond at $25 during the last squeeze are going to be kicking themselves. Is at least their position, at least in the memes.
So if you
To
want
which I say,
if you want to take advantage of their euphoria, you can sell the January 2023 $2 call for, let's see, if you can get it at $1.80, that'd be good. Buy 100 shares of Bed Bath & Beyond at the current price, around $3.50, and that's market open. And then wait out the expiration. Rinse and repeat with your same 100 share block.
Good luck, guys.
We'll keep it rolling.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I
it's
just wanted to
gross
ask.
red today.
market open.
Let's go.
Did all of your watch lists just turn red or portfolio?
No, I just saw the entire market turn red. I'm watching CNBC, like literally everything went red except for like the top line.
Apple is like basically the only one even surviving this day.
Looks like Christmas tree to me.
Malrox, you asked to be brought up. What is it you wanted to share with us?
I did, but very politely, you've moved on away from the subject area that I wanted to. If it loops back around, I'll bring it back up.
Why don't you loop us back around then?
Oh no,
I'm
I was
curious.
so no, you were chatting about artificial intelligence, and I was like, oh, I've got something to add here. Well, all of my limited knowledge. But first of all, I'll ask the question here. A lot of you have said that it is about, in regards to the ability for artificial intelligence to perceive white or black people. Obviously, it's based on the data that's fed in. I'll raise this point and see how you guys feel. What about the person who created the algorithmic structure that did it? And actually, there is actually an inbuilt bias to that of the coder. How do people feel about that?
Usually with that, it's a lot of these models are open source, so a lot of developers don't need to have really any good expertise anymore, to be honest. You can just grab like a PhD paper, put the model together, and it just comes down to the data you feed it.
So I started looking into something like this last night. Actually, I reached out to Hardy really late because I came across, I think it was called Stock Sharp, looking for a C Sharp implementation to like start reaching out to APIs and do trades and stuff like that. So if you're actually looking for the code, then what I'm looking at is the Stock Sharp implementation on GitHub. So I mean, you can go and kind of look there and see what you can do.
Maybe drop a link in the comments, Watke.
Yep.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I just have one sort of comment more than anything else. I don't really follow the stocks. I've used a Vixie play or something similar or some sort of index more than I have anything else here recently as far as an actual stock goes. One thing I've noticed around the winter time is there tends to be these huge foreign exchange valuations. I mean, and I'm talking the extreme cases where you have things that were going on like Malaysia and stuff 10 years ago, and noticing what's in the headlines where you have these sort of, and I'm not an economist, but you have these sort of inverses where you have a better jobs number and these stocks are going down, or you see all this about the $1 trillion. Well, the $1 trillion aren't really what gets to me. What gets to me is the movements of it. And you see that China's hiking up here on these days where we're going into the red. I have to wonder if you guys might think that might be something more afoot here with the gas that sort of seemed to subside in price and whatnot, and if it might be better to look overseas in terms of finance more nowadays than it would be a domestic thing, just going the way the world's going right now. That's really my question. Thank you.
So consider how much of the world holds U.S. Treasury bonds, right? These are debts that the U.S. government has to pay back, and it's paid back in dollars. Incidentally, you cannot pay euros for a UST bill. It'll get converted to dollars at some point. And so, with those debts flowing back and forth, it's possible to manage at a state level, state being country, exposure to foreign currencies or maintain a basket of foreign currency in order to prop up the value of your own currency. And so, a lot of the increasing volatility we're seeing are countries trying to protect their various currencies from severe devaluations because of overprinting. And it'll probably take another quarter or two to settle out before we lose this volatility.
And do you think that this is possibly a game changer or something that's happening in the meantime? It might be more serious, or this is really just a matter of flux?
I see this as a tremor prior to the recession earthquake.
Very nicely put. Thank you, sir.
So just to sort of build up onto that, do you see the earthquake inevitably coming, and where do you view that timeline of actually, getting to the bunkers, chaps? Here we go.
I mean, at the very least, you should be bunker shopping. But in terms of when this will hit, hard to say. My expectation is that there's only so much quantitative easing can do. And the fact that unemployment has not gone up the way Jay Powell wants it to, I'm a little hesitant to believe that he won't raise rates another 75 basis points. But that's yet to be seen. Theoretically, if this pivot happens, the last 3 times it's happened, there was a large crash roughly within 2 quarters. So figure end of Q1 2023 or Q2 2023 is when your SPY puts will pay off. In the meantime, I'm waiting for the tax loss harvesting and the Santa Claus rally to settle out so that implied volatility is as low as possible before entering year-long strangles on SPY.
Thank you.
That's my bunker shopping.
It always feels like you drop the mic after you make a comment.
Well, it takes a moment to process because I admittedly don't always speak directly.
So my girlfriend listens to these calls all the time, and for some reason she has a problem with your voice, Hardy. I really don't know why, and it's upsetting to me because I really appreciate your advice, but like I can't be in the same room with her. It's fucking weird.
I think it's because she's actually really into it, and she just
It
can't be
probably
in the
is.
same room with
It
you.
probably is. She's like really turned on.
I was actually not any of that. I'm not turned on or anything, but your voice is very, very nice. It's a very nice voice.
Thank you both.
Your
Yeah, Hardy.
voice
Thanks for bringing that voice of determination and helpfulness. We appreciate it.
Your voice is literally made for NPR.
You know, a lot of people
I'll
have
second
told
that.
me I have a voice for radio and podcasts and such. No one's hired me for any of those roles.
Then make your own.
That's why I'm here.
Right.
This is his podcast of choice. I think nobody's hired you because your name can't be Hardy Rex.
Also true.
I want to make one where everybody has to say my name, Hoof-Hearted. Because it says Hoof-Hearted.
It's so Hardy
That's
the other day
perfect.
was saying your name for like the first time, and I laughed a lot.
It's always fun when someone in the comments realizes what my name actually says. And
I
then
just did.
Hardy Rection?
I always respond with an eggplant.
So I read the Hardy Boys when I was young. For some reason, your persona and voice fits that book, and so I've always placed Hardy as Hardy Boys for some reason.
So
The
someone
Hardy
in the
Boys was
comment-
an awesome series.
It is. It's an excellent fucking series.
One moment, everyone. So someone's asking in the comments about tax loss harvesting and how that works. So in the U.S., I can't speak for other countries, but at least in the U.S., your capital gains can be offset by any unrealized losses that you eventually realize before the end of the year. So between now and December, whatever the last trading day is, 29, I think, any company, any investing entities that has gains that they don't want to pay tax on can close their unrealized loss positions to realize those losses, reduce the realized gains, and pay a lower capital gains tax. And then after 30 days, to avoid the wash sale rule, will re-enter those losing positions to see if they can turn them back into winners. So considering that SPY is down on the year, for the most part, I anticipate a lot of this tax loss harvesting will be used by entities to try and build up a large negative profit or realized loss balance against any profits that they can report elsewhere, and then use that to reduce their tax bill going forward, especially if taxes are expected to go up.
So if there's a small change in the strategy at the end of the year, what would it be for SPY if that's the stock you think will, or the area you think the tax loss harvesting will occur?
Now, the reason why I say I use SPY is because SPY represents several hundred companies. And if SPY is down, the expectation then is the vast majority of these companies are also down year to date. If we were to do every single ticker, you could probably say the same proportion of companies are down versus up.
Well, so here's a question for you, Hardy. Why not ARK K or ARK G? Because they are highly speculative stocks and they have been getting their asses kicked. And believe it or not, a lot of these stocks are not as shitty as, the memes are playing out to be.
Because the ARK funds are hard to predict. If Cathie Woods decides to change the allocation, she can and has. and that hurts any of the models that I use when trying to calculate fair value.
Sure. All right. Then, all right, that makes sense.
If I
At the
want
same
similar
time, sir,
volatility in a way that's predictable, I would probably look at the leveraged ETFs.
at the same time, sir, like I was saying about relying on ETFs more nowadays than anything else. I mean, being an accountant, I've never actually heard any definitive guidance, at least seen any, as to being able to do tax loss harvesting off of specifically cryptos, but as far as other things go as well, I've never heard the definitive ruling. I heard this is more of a, a fail-safe measure, like a in-time deal at this point. So, I mean, is this going to be legitimate that this tax loss harvesting is going to be able to be done off of crypto in the future? Do you know?
I'd stay off of crypto, but at least for investment companies who are not subject to the $3,000 restriction, any losses that would otherwise have been reported as a capital gain theoretically can be used. There isn't enough case law or rulings yet to make this definitive. Skull, you had something?
Oh, I just wasn't sure where the crypto came in there because I thought we were talking about tax loss harvesting on traditional investments.
You lose money on crypto, you use the losses to offset gains elsewhere.
You can do that on Coinbase, right?
It's not for normies yet. It's only for institutions.
Yeah,
Thank
like
you. I
peasants
identify
like
as an
us.
institution.
I was gonna say peasants like us who can do something similar in real estate or art, but that's pretty much it.
Wait, are you not allowed to do that? Because I did that on Robinhood, where you basically at the end of the year sell all the things that are slightly negative. So when you get your report for the next year, they allow you to sum up all the transactions rather than report them individually and just say like I had, 1,200 transactions for a net result of this. Isn't that the same thing as like loss harvesting?
I use the wash rule at the end of the year.
You have to be careful of the wash rule too. And that's something you should ask a licensed professional or your licensed professional.
You're my licensed professional.
Do not identify as your licensed professional.
Hardy, just thought for those that don't know really anything about the markets, dumb question here. Functionally, isn't bricks and mortar still worth the most, as opposed to for normies? I mean, not for people that have business accounts in the millions or even thousands. Isn't bricks and mortar the best objective to get?
Well, if you're buying a liquor store, certainly.
I mean, like a house, for instance, as an example.
I'm of the opinion housing prices have yet to fall as a reaction to the rising interest rates. The fact that a lot of folks have locked in housing at a lower rate suggests that they're unlikely to sell. And so that drying up liquidity will hurt construction companies, in my opinion, in the medium term, medium being 5 to 7 years.
Then would you agree with me in the belief that there is a housing market bubble that exists at the moment, and when that finally does pop, we will see a shift of almost the reality of how people will view things? I mean, I'm not
think of it more like a beach ball than a bubble. When there's a hole, it won't burst immediately. It will slowly deflate. And that deflation comes from the fact that it takes a while for the various foreclosures and evictions and such to move through the courts. Does that make sense?
The analogy was very succinct, and yes, I do appreciate it. And yes, I followed it.
So if we go into a recession and houses are staying on the market longer, but people are trying to sell houses that they're not paying relatively high interest rates on, but new buyers are facing higher interest rates, where do we find like a happy medium where people are willing to lower their price and homes are being sold for cheaper to offset the increase in the cost of financing a home?
Do you want a UK perspective?
I'll take any perspective for sure.
So what I understand in regards to the UK, apart from depending on geographically where you live in the UK, obviously different counties will have a different variance of price. There is a rather large amount of social housing market that is produced. That if you are a contractor that builds properties, about 10% of the properties that you build must fall in line with social housing requirements, which allows people on lower incomes to go and buy that property. But my belief is that a lot of the property market, so if you were to go, let's compare Oxford to I don't know, Manchester. If you look at the price difference there, you're not going to get that much change in Oxford for 100,000, maybe 500,000, to Manchester, where you could probably get between, I don't know, 75,000 to 150,000. Obviously, the States is physically bigger, and I can't really make a comment about it, but it's geographically on where you live and what you're willing to put up with. That's not to say if you went online, Google around, trying to find a house in Oxford, that you wouldn't necessarily find it. It's just very unlikely. People will pay more to live in a certain, not even lifestyle, just an area.
You can also remember that tax sales at the county courthouses is a 20% return. So when the recession hits, you can go buy people's bad debt. It's 20%, or you get the property.
So basically, what are the housing specific plays when houses stay on the market longer? I think somebody brought up Home Depot being a company that you would short in a recession, but I'm not really sure how to think about.
Not that it's a good company or appropriately priced, but Matterport and similar companies that do the 3D modeling tours.
Well, you've seen Lowe's take dramatic financial hits in the middle of a recession before. I remember back in the early 2000s, they sank down to $20 or something just because of financial issues.
Fair enough.
I worked at Home Depot during the last recession, and I would say that's accurate. They do not do well.
Okay, so obviously we're not going to be able to time the recession, but it's good to know stuff like this in terms of correlated plays to make.
I mean, just for a UK perspective, Home Depot is where you go and buy things for your house. Am I right in saying that?
Yep.
Well,
yeah, basically anything you would need that breaks in your house, you go to Home Depot, and they'll have like every nut, bolt, and thing you can think of, washer, whatever, all shit for building. So they did.
Why do you ask, Malrose?
So in the UK, especially over COVID and in the recession back in 2008 to 2012 with the Goldman Sachs incident that spewed over to Europe, a lot of people had money, but they didn't have enough money to do what they, maybe they wanted to go on holiday or they wanted to go do something extravagant. What they did is they started doing up their houses. We saw this sort of totally unfold in regards to COVID, and we're still seeing more and more of this happen. There are people with money. It's just they don't have, the 4.5, 5.5 grand that they originally wanted to spend. They've maybe only got 2. So instead, they actually cycle that into their property to redo the kitchen or redo the garden or sort out the thing that they haven't been bothering to. And obviously, with where we are in the world right now, in regards to working in your working hours, it's had a ripple effect around the country, and people have been taking a much more bigger interest in regards to that. So I'm a bit curious as to why Home Depot in a recession is doing so poorly, because in the UK it seems to be the opposite, or places like our version of Home Depot.
Okay, so in the lead up to the recession, Home Depot was like booming, and they would have like 25 lanes full with people, and everybody was going in there to buy stuff for their house. Now you got to understand, Home Depot is for people in like residential people to make fixes on their own houses, and you can range from low entrepreneurial to high entrepreneurial projects and expansions for your house. And then when it hit, people stopped coming, and there was Home Depot just became those 25 lanes that were stacked with people just became ghost towns, and they downsized dramatically.
I'd like to posit that the last recession that we saw was a housing recession, right? Like the bubble burst, and I mean,
Well,
God, there
housing
was
was
so
blamed
many
for it.
foreclosures.
Housing was blamed for it, but it was the
Financial.
biggest problem is that so many different, presumably separate industries were all tied, and it was basically a house of cards. And once you plucked the mortgage bubble out of that house of cards, the rest fell.
Right.
Nowadays, a lot of the losses that are being realized are crypto related, but they're only in the tens of billions, not the hundreds of billions that the 2008 recession had. So I'm still waiting to see
But
what that next bubble of involuntary selling will be.
I mean, we saw, because I spoke to one of my friends who's far more politically engaged than I am, and I had a frank conversation with it. The housing, or the 2008 market crash, so to speak, only lasted until 2012, but the house value dropped between 12 to 15%, which, okay, is a bit of a hiccup, and people certainly had to tighten their belts, but it's comparatively to what the 80s is considerably different. I mean, I know maybe I'm speaking from a place of privilege, but maybe it isn't as bad. I mean, like you said, Hardy, in regard. Sorry.
The problem, I think, is that everybody's in denial about a recession. The government keeps denying we're not in a recession yet. We're not in a recession yet. We're not in a recession yet. So until people start accepting that we're actually in that recession, I don't really think we're going to see much crazy movement in that aspect, because every week you hear another news article about how we're almost in a recession. We could be in a recession, but damn it, if we didn't meet the recession requirements 6 months ago. So
Being in a recession isn't enough. You need to have involuntary selling. So those people who bought too much house than they could afford, suppose they get laid off. Let's face it, layoffs are happening, and there will likely be a second wave come Q1. They can't afford the mortgage, they're forced to sell or go through the foreclosure process. That, I think, will be the catalyst which forces them out, or which starts this snowball, as it were.
Yeah, in the UK, a law got passed, which, not that I'm one to follow a conspiracy theory, but it was quite interesting to watch, which gave tenants a lot more leeway and control, which essentially was forcing people that couldn't afford multiple houses, even if they did tighten their belt buckles, that they would actually be forced to sell the property, which then allowed the younger people who wanted to come onto the property ladder a chance to join it, because we see at the moment in the UK, unless you have inherited or vast amounts of wealth, you are very unlikely to be able to go and get a mortgage. I mean, I think it was almost 3 months ago, roughly from Friday, mortgage lenders said 10%. They closed shop, and then by Monday the next week, I think the books came in at about 15 to 20%, and this is for like a 2-bedroom house or a 1-bedroom house. On Friday there was potentially a deal, and then on Monday the original deal just got gone.
So, Hardy, a question for you then. Assuming you own your own house, if you get laid off, are you selling your home?
No, I can afford. Well, for one, I don't have a mortgage, and two, I make enough money from my trading that I have other houses as well.
So that's what I'm assuming, is that like most of these layoffs apparently are in the white collar space who have enough emergency fund to kind of survive on top of that low interest rates, right?
Sort of, but not really. So if you go to teamblind.com and you read on the various tech bros bragging about their
I'm on there.
$500 to $600,000 total comp, one, a lot of that is in stock. So at a minimum, their total comp has come down 15 to 20% because of the stock price decrease. And two, they're living in high cost of living areas. So their savings rate, even though they have high income, their savings rate is on average worse than the median in the US. So in other words, their savings without severance represents maybe 2 to 3 months of spending, after which they start falling behind on their mortgage. Most of the severance packages that have been announced as part of the tech layoffs bring them into 2023. So let's say between March and June is when we start hearing about over-leveraged tech bros being forced to sell their homes at a lot and giving up some equity in doing so.
So it seems like it would be a slow process, right? Because kind of the first wave of layoffs seem to get it better, right? Because they get the bigger severance packages. There's
Exactly.
probably more jobs that they could jump to. But as the third or fourth wave, let's say, for example, of layoffs kick in, then there's going to be an abundance of people looking for work. On top of that, the severance won't be as good to hold them through the storm. So I think that third, fourth wave of layoffs would then kind of trickle towards your
Right.
overall
And
thesis here. Okay.
I'm of the opinion the second and third will happen in Q1. The fourth may be in Q2. And
Yeah, Amazon has been already, telling folks. I mean, they already did a wave of layoffs, and then they said Q1 they're going to continue that. So that's definitely going to be waves 2 and 3s, Q1.
I'm kind of opposite. I think beginning of next year, especially when winter is done, and Russia either doesn't destroy Ukraine because Europe had a mild winter. I think there's going to be negotiations, and I feel like we're going to not go into a bad recession. I think Ox is going to be going to happen. So in that case, I think what you guys are saying right now may be true. We're on the current trajectory of a recession, but I think since a lot of this recession is mainly due to supply constraints and energy and oil, I don't think any of this is going to happen.
Quick update, Apple's at 150, 57 to 150, 60. If you're looking for like weekly puts, now might be a good point. Seems like we're consolidating at 151.
So I just bought
one thing. Oh, go ahead. What?
I just bought a house. Not necessarily in the middle of these layoffs, but this house is definitely like the top of my budget. I got lucky. I bought the house because I had a lower interest rate, that kind of thing. I found recently that the contract that I'm in is not going to be extended at the end of the year, and so I'm looking for new work right now as a developer. Very much, I'm in that boat of if this shit doesn't work out, I'm looking at losing this house if I'm not careful, right? So, me personally, the house is the most important thing. When you guys are talking about the Home Depot going down because of the recession, that kind of thing, like I'm gonna spend my money on this house because this house is the most important thing to me, and so I'll forego some groceries and that kind of thing before I don't fix my house or lose the house, right? So, going into this recession, as a person who just bought a house that I probably can't afford, this is my thing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to lose this thing. I'll lose my car. I'll lose whatever else, but I will hold on to this house the longest.
Did you buy at the top of the market?
No, I bought I was on the way up to the top of the market, but it wasn't bad. I think my rate's 4 something like that.
We're definitely not at the bottom of the market. Would you ever consider selling your house, or is it too difficult to unwind that process?
It's not difficult, and I've had several people approach me to try to resell the house because the value. I bought it for $338, and I think it's estimated at $403 now. So there's actually the realtor that sold me the house has reached back out to me and asked if I was interested in reselling the house because of the profit. No, I'm not.
Why not rent it?
Well, because of the house itself. For me personally, I got kids. It's a 6-bedroom house. It's 150 years old. I don't want to fuck with the house. You know what I'm saying?
So most people were going to Home Depot so that they could fix their house up and flip it.
A quick point about
at the
Home
top of
Depot.
the market.
We have a friendly story from someone who works there, and Home Depot missed their Black Friday sales targets by around 15 to 20%, sampled from a couple dozen stores around the country. The only store that they found which hit their target was in Hawaii. So I'm of the opinion the fact that they haven't announced it yet suggests that they're going to be announcing it during the Q4 earnings report come think it's scheduled for February. So I'm looking toward March puts on Home Depot, especially now that they're at a local high. For those who want to come in on the play.
Was the
February
Hawaii
21st.
the Hawaii
That's
stuff wasn't
crazy great data.
the Hawaii stuff wasn't the volcano though, right? Because that's not on the main island. No homes were hurt by the volcano, right?
Unclear. I didn't ask, and they haven't told me. But in their research, only the Hawaii store was the one that beat their Black Friday sales target. Everyone
Yeah.
else missed. So we can assume, let's say, a 15% revenue miss from expectations, and then downsies on the stock. Again, highly speculative, but
Yeah, I mean,
a
looking at
very
the Home
friendly
Depot
story.
price. Go ahead, Hardy.
It's a very friendly story. So if you could all please at your local Home Depots just ask around, see if Black Friday was, on target or, as big as it was last year. I'm sure that'll help solidify this thesis.
So is it similar to like Amazon and Black Friday and other retail stores like Home Depot
No,
has
has
their own
to be
version?
brick and mortar specifically. So an equivalent would be Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop, Target, Whole Foods. Those would all be equivalents because they have a relatively large brick and mortar retail footprint.
I just didn't know anyone went to Home Depot for Black Friday. That was kind of my.
Christmas
Tools.
decorations, tools. Like I bought a friend a brand new Milwaukee six tool combo kit because he bought a fixer upper of a home. So I'm sure he'll be appreciating that real soon.
I have a question about the Home Depot stuff because I feel like I haven't heard anybody talk about supply chain or the large portion of people who are now working from home.
Supply
I
chain is
feel like it is.
relatively it's irrelevant now mainly because and my reasoning is that the cost of the shipping container has come back down. So yes, there are still lockdowns in China, but it's sporadic. It's not widespread. Yes, there are still problems with the supply chain itself, but it's not nearly as bad as it was in
Well,
summer 2020.
Sure, of course not. No, but I would say I'm not supply chain and also a shortage of skilled workers. So for like as a homeowner who I don't have the knowledge of doing things myself yet.
You mean
So
trades?
yes. So because like I would say that there's a shortage overall of trades folks who can come in and work on your house, which is it's creating more it's so much more expensive to do now. Like something that might have cost me $5,000 to do with my house 5 years ago would now cost me between $7,000 and $9,000. And
What's the
so
scope of work? Is this like a bathroom renovation or a kitchen? I don't know what 5,000 buys over there in Hoof-Hearted country.
oh, okay. So I live in central New York. It's relatively inexpensive considerably to do things like that. I mean, if you're looking at an overall comparative, if you're
So
comparing it
what does
everywhere,
5,000 buy? Is that a bathroom or
let's say
little?
yes. So I'm talking like, okay, so my walls aren't insulated, for example. So that priced job 6 or 7 years ago was $5,000. If I were to do that job now, the labor is going to cost more because there's a scarcity of labor. So but I would say that because of that shortage, because you don't have as much, or because it's more expensive to do the work, to have somebody else do the work, I'm wondering if eventually you'll see Home Depot going up more because more people are going to be going to places like that to do work on their house instead of, you're going to have people that don't want to, this is just something that I'm talking about. I don't know, I don't know if this is actually the reason. It's more of just like trying to have a conversation about it. But trades
Okay,
positions,
to give you some context, anecdotally, one of my neighbors in this apartment building that I'm in hired a plumber to change their toilet seat. Now, I don't know how many people here know how to change a toilet seat,
I would
but
change my own toilet seat.
10 minutes on YouTube, 2 bolts, maybe a little bit of Lysol, and you're good.
Thank you.
So
I wanted to bring up. I don't think the average American is smart enough to be able to complete most home repairs on their own. my girlfriend is in charge of 3 properties between her family, and she has also worked on a 20,000 square foot barn. That kind of stuff, I'm sorry to say it, most contractors get their supplies through supply chains. Home Depot, I really think, is just for the people doing petty projects, but most people can't even change a toilet seat. I agree.
Yeah,
Home
no,
Depot
that
has
was my
Home
point,
Depot
was
has their
that
Pro Desk, which makes up about 60% of their revenue. Lower margins, but still, that's a big chunk of their revenue.
there are still a lot of pros that do get supplies from Home Depot, but I guess my point was that yes, they do probably, there are places that probably do get their supplies from other places besides Home Depot, but I'm wondering if because the price of having somebody coming into the home to do something is so much higher, will we
Yes.
be seeing, and with everybody, with people still having, I mean, the millennial workforce specifically is really, we've learned that we can tip the scales in our direction and looking for jobs to work from home. In that instance where we would be changing from going into an office to working from home,
It's
we would
funny you
likely
say
see
that.
somebody change like
Um,
update their house.
if I
In
could
my house,
interject just one moment, how I was talking about the 3 houses we have, and you're bringing up the labor market. So we recently had a failure in our water supply. We live upstate, and let's just say, despite having adequate amounts of water for our well, the pump seems to be giving out, and we're being quoted minimum $3,000 for everything. And then if we have to do the pressure tank too, you can start chipping this up to like 5,000-6,000. These kind of home repairs catching people off guard. My girlfriend's family even is exploring the idea, like, why invest in this when we can flip the property?
I'll say this 150-year-old house, I've had some water leak issues and stuff like that. There's only one thing in this house that I won't fix myself, and that's the roof. I like the chimneys and shit, but like this house is crazy. I can't even get on the roof, and I don't even know how somebody would fix the roof. But I mean, if something happened to this roof, I'm looking at $15,000 easy. Everything else that happens in this house is going to be less than $1,000 because I'm going to do it myself for the most part, unless it's
Yeah,
fucking crazy.
anybody who says it's gonna be less than $1,000, bro,
I'm
typical
saying.
like honeymoon phase of home ownership. You're like, oh, it'll cost like
All right,
$1,000, and then you're
I
like
mean,
five
fair enough.
grand in the
I've owned a
hole.
house for 8 years prior to this one. Like I know what I'm doing.
The house my girlfriend and I have, we're actually renting it out, and our tenants just left, and it's like, I don't know who was talking about his house, like he has to spend money on his roof because he doesn't know how to get on it. It gets pricey, dude. Like we have to replace the carpet because one of the tenants left it super dirty, man, like really bad. So we did most of the stuff that we could ourselves in the house, and now we have to hire professionals to replace the carpet, uh, and then redo some other BS that the tenant left behind. And we're just trying to get it prepped up for pictures so we can get some new tenants coming in.
See, it's
The
a
way I
different
see
world,
it,
man.
the Home Depot going back to the Home Depot thesis, I believe it was Shepherdess who had stated in the past that the increase in DIY because of this remote work or because more people were staying at home didn't seem to materialize. And I'm of the opinion the confidence in the ability to do relatively, well, what I think are relatively simple home repairs has eroded so much. So I would expect you'd have the DIY people who, in their overconfidence, make a simple problem even worse. And that's when you can call it. Well, that's when they'll probably need to call in that professional. So either way, Home Depot still stands to gain from those types of buying cases. But regardless of that, they are already below their Black Friday, Cyber Monday targets, and I imagine that trend will continue through the end of Q4.
The point that I wanted to make with this is that we're going into what seems like a different recession than the 2008 recession. People were losing their houses a lot.
It's different, guys. I promise.
Well, my thing is, people were losing their houses a lot back then, and that seems to be what was the big catalyst, right? And I think we even talked about that a little earlier today. I don't think that we're going into the same thing, and maybe we are, maybe we're not. But if we don't see that same level of foreclosure, then you really have to ask, if I can't spend my money at the restaurant or at, whatever, what am I going to spend my money on? And it's going to come down to, well, fuck, my pipe is leaking, or I need to replace those tiles on the roof, or whatever, right? Like, if I've got that extra $1,000 and I can't go out because we're in the middle of a recession, I'm probably going to spend that money at Home Depot. Personally, me as the new homeowner, right? Like, I need to.
Yeah,
Yo,
but that's
I need
assuming
to
you're
introduce you
home.
to McMaster Car Wash Geek.
Another thought that I had was during, I mean, not saying that campaign promises are ironclad ever, but I did hear before Biden was elected, they did talk about capital improvements, and during the Obama period, there were capital improvements, and obviously that shifts the economy because more people, will do capital improvements. So if we were to see that again, because in order to make our homes more energy efficient, the most important thing is to make sure that it's sealed. And a lot of houses aren't sealed, aren't insulated. So we're losing a ton of energy. I know my house is definitely one of them. So if we see that, we can also see that in, we'll be seeing that in the way that Home Depot will change. That's my thought. Is it going to happen? I don't know, because I don't, I'm not going to sit here and research things that who even knows if it's a priority. But if we have the ability to make capital improvements based on policy, we would also see a positive uptick in Walmart, or I'm sorry, Walmart, Home Depot, and probably Lowe's too, but Home Depot is what we were talking about. That's my
Home
thought.
Depot lost 10% during the last recession, but the difference is that the recession, although Hardy explained that it wasn't just the housing market, there were a lot of people that had houses that they shouldn't have had because they bought at a relatively low interest rate but had poor credit and weren't able to repay. So I guess if this recession is different and it's not all housing based, then we don't know what the fuck is going to happen with Home Depot because it's completely different from the last recession. So I think that just doing what Hardy said, asking around how Black Friday sales were, is the only way you could really figure out a short-term momentum play on the stock right now.
Specifically compared to last year.
I'd say that she brings up a good point. If the government starts handing out money next year because they know that we're going into a recession, then a lot of things change in terms of everything we're talking about, right?
I mean, how much money we're talking about? Like
How much of it
per
left?
household?
Well, yeah, the left is the thing because we handed out a lot during COVID, but that's the thing though, is if they start passing out $1,500 a month to people in the middle of a recession like they did with COVID, then shit changes a lot.
Well, it gave me a tax break, so if you're giving a tax break to anybody, but particularly middle class, that gives them the opportunity to spend elsewhere. So you're offsetting their costs to maintain what they already have. And in doing so, they'll spend more money.
It definitely seems like something they're liking to do lately.
I would really like for that to happen. I'm trying not to make moves right now based on what I hope is going to come down the line in the future. That's one of the best ways to create energy efficiency where we already have, there's plenty of houses that exist that are not energy efficient. So not only will it be good for energy, but it would be good for, just the common person homeowner.
Right. Well, so going back to the whole Black Friday sampling of I guess purchasing power, some of the things you guys do have to kind of keep in mind of is are you comparing it against 2021 or are you comparing it in 2019? Because 2020, 2021 we had an extra increase of money. So of course people are going to be less prudent when it comes to budgeting. So that comparison will be a lot less accurate from a
It's
trend
not really
perspective.
about year over year. It's just about when you walk into a store and you talk to a retail worker, their manager during Black Friday usually has said something to the effect of here's what we did last year, here's what we're trying to hit. You'll find an employee that was paying attention during that day and say, "Oh, our goal was this and we didn't hit this, because the manager usually communicates the information year over year to like their staff what they're trying to hit. So I think it's more
What?
about, hey, here's our goal, here's how much we fell short, and they'll usually know from Thursday to Monday the difference in how far they fell short.
Right. I mean, that's one aspect, and then the other aspect is, are there anything that's new for people that's like want, need, or just wants to buy because they're shopaholics? You know, because like for me, I do like a lot of Black Friday shopping. This year just wasn't that enticing either because the deals are shitty, or there's not really anything that's worth purchasing this year. I don't know about anybody else that's here, but for me it was like a very boring Black Friday. So of course I want to see a very lackluster Black Friday shopping season because I don't know, maybe a lot of people are like me. There's nothing really good out there. So what's the point of purchasing during Black Friday?
Yeah, I agree. It seems like
Same.
a lot of the deals that was going around were already there in the, for the entire month or whatnot. And it wasn't
Well,
anything to trample people over for. So, I didn't really do Black Friday shopping myself.
I think the consumers have gotten smarter too. They recognize that if you cross out a price and you put a price up, it makes it look like there's a deal. But people are doing their research on prices because their wallets are a lot tighter this year. I know mine is. My wallet is super tight this year. So I'm not gonna I'm not going to look at something and go, oh, there's a crossed out price and a price underneath it. That definitely must be such a good price because I know that that's just they're just trying to get me to buy it based on my emotions, thinking that that's a deal when we all know that it's not for those of us that do research prices before we purchase things. But as far as, I mean, I'm not talking now, I'm talking into the future. I think that wearable technology is going to be so big. I think it's going to be huge, especially like glasses. Um, from a social perspective, I don't know if everybody here remembers RPAN, but or you know, if you engaged in RPAN, if you used RPAN,
Yeah,
somebody
RPAN
had.
was amazing.
I loved RPAN. I did so well. I loved RPAN so much, but somebody the one thing that I saw different than anybody else was doing. Somebody was wearing smart glasses or maybe a camera on their body, and they were cooking. And I was like, I would watch this shit all day long. I would love like a social network to be able to just watch what people are doing.
Hey,
Um,
Wholehearted, I
yeah.
want to interrupt you for a moment there. That's exactly what I'm doing with my girlfriend's parents. Her father is a two-knife Michelin guy. He's worked with Bobby Flay and God knows how many other of the greats. So what you just brought up there, thank you. If I were you, I'd be looking at either Apple or Microsoft HoloLens 2 with the military contracts and Apple. I think Tim Cook is going to have Apple's VR go down as his like iPhone moment.
Interesting.
I
Now
mean, if you
that's why
think
I was
about it,
interested in Meta because they own the Oculus. You know, I think that the Oculus is the
Oculus is hot
brand.
garbage. Oculus is hot garbage because here's what I try to tell people. Apple is in the business of selling hardware. They don't really need to get involved in social media. They don't need to get involved in selling data. They sell actual tangible devices. The M2 processor is being reported for being put into the VR headset. If you have any experience with Intel or AMD and architecture design, Apple just kicked everybody's teeth in. I have a $3,500 MacBook Pro running the M1 Max. It is absolutely heartbreaking how fast this thing is. And I've built Threadripper based computers. I have more graphic cards than a man can need for a lifetime. And this freaking slim little thing destroys. And then don't get me started on the iPad. The iPad is faster than an $8,000 build. And then they use up so little power, they don't even need fans. Apple's cramming it into a headset. And if HoloLens 2 can be wireless, imagine what's going to happen when Microsoft and Apple both drop their mass consumer versions of AR, VR. Apple files it as XR OS, extended reality OS. And remember, VR is only as good as the developer tools. When Apple dropped the Apple Arcade, nobody paid attention to the fact that they dropped the Metal OS, they dropped Swift, and all the integration where people now are making like my girlfriend looks at my iPad when I play Diablo Immortal That was inconceivable to play on a device like that 5 years ago. Now it's like whatever.
Oh man, Whale Wars. That's what I call Diablo Immortal. Hey, so the thing with Apple though, I don't know. With Apple, I still see them as a huge antitrust risk. Mostly coming from their app store. Um, because the fact that they are basically killing competition, like startup competitions, and not really quote unquote, encouraging innovation and capitalism could really put Apple's App Store in a very tough spot moving forward. Because I was looking at the App Store since 2018, and it just gets more and more restrictive and more like um it's almost like a privatized like totalitarian government. You play by their rules, you get paid a couple dollars, and then they tax the shit out of you. If the government don't see this or sees this and isn't acting on it, I'm sure it's gonna have some like really big ripple effect. I mean, we already have a bunch like from like the game side, like I guess Fortnite, some shit like that. My kids play that shit. So like they're having all these issues where the payment system is not doing that well. Well, it's doing great for Apple, but for the developers and for the people who are putting these apps on the App Store, it's actually like extremely difficult. Well, not difficult, just like expensive and really cuts down on their bottom line. So I mean that's what I see with Apple because their software is also a very big chunk of their current revenue.
I mean, and I know you guys take crypto and everything, but isn't this the whole entire point with this collapse? I mean, Solana was being proposed for both Meta and God knows how many other projects just because it handled the load. And I mean, we're in the middle of this now. Where are we supposed to go with the money? I think is what some people mean.
So I'm a software developer, and from my perspective, I stay away from everything Apple related because it's all locked down. My Android phone, I have a Pixel 4. I own a Pixel 4 specifically, or an Android, a Google device specifically because it's unlocked and because it doesn't ship with bloatware. I can sideload any operating system into my phone. I've had a lot of fun sideloading Kali Linux into my phone. I cannot do any of those things with Apple devices. I never will be able to. That's not to mention that, the open source side of everything, they just shut everything down. And I hear a lot of people say Apple just works. Apple devices just works or just work. And yeah, for all you guys that don't do programming or don't do computer stuff, then Apple's great. But for anybody like me who enjoys hacking a thing or fucking with it, I'm going to stay away from that shit.
At the same time, I've had 4 phones just clank out of nowhere here in the past few weeks now, so I feel you on that. But that is the trade-off with Apple is that you have the security with that, but slower processing power. Is that not the case? I'm not a software.
I may sound a little bit ignorant, but you go ahead and stay there on your green bubbles, and everybody laughs at you in the group chat.
Right, you're fine. Green.
That's so true.
Well, I'm not like
overall
15 years old, but like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I would say that we're talking about the masses. What are the masses doing? I don't know that the masses are really looking for that capability.
Thank you.
That's not to say that
No, so I'll posit this to you. I think that eventually you will.
Nope. I mean, the MySpace days are over. We're not putting HTML and SpongeBob.
You
on
can
our homepage.
unlock iPhones.
Yeah, dude, those days are over. And on top of
let me
it,
put this in
Android is
perspective.
just hot garbage.
Let me put this in perspective for you. My girlfriend and I, the other day, we've came up to the point where we're going to look at getting her off of Verizon because that shit's so expensive. And so we started fucking with her tablet, her Apple device tablet, because the idea is that you buy this thing and you pay a subscription to get a SIM card in this Apple device, right? And then all your text messages and all the things will come to your tablet. You have to have the SIM card for this functionality. So imagine my surprise when I took the SIM card out of the tablet and literally everything still worked. As long as it's near that phone, as long as it's connected to the Wi-Fi, you're going to get all your text messages.
You're talking to a guy who has an M1 Max.
I understand.
MacBook
So
Pro
why are you paying
and
for
an
it?
M1? Because guess what? I used to be an Android guy. I don't think everybody has the kind of bandwidth to really give a fuck about what default apps, and they just want to get a phone, make their messages, have everything work. And let me tell you something. You're not replacing AirDrop anytime soon. I have yet to see Android. Like, I make money in the city taking photos. I can make anywhere from $5 an hour to $450 an hour airdropping videos where I take them on the camera, adapter into the iPad, tons of battery life, airdrop over a 500 megabyte video on the spot, no internet needed, to a tourist from bumfuck I don't know where in the world, and get paid on the spot because Apple just makes it a no-brainer. People don't have the bandwidth. If you're a programmer, I get it, but not many people are going to run a Plex server in their house when they have Netflix and Discovery Plus and Paramount Plus and whatever. Most people just want it to work.
Yeah,
And
if you're a
you know,
programmer, you just get the computer
Well,
anyways.
well, that actually that's where the problem is. It actually trains people to be lazy and
Yeah.
complacent. You
Yeah.
know,
oh
maybe
God,
that's not
dude,
a bad
you
look.
want to start
Hang
up
on,
a
can I finish my point?
you want to
No,
start a
can I finish
holy
my
war?
point though?
You want to
Oh,
start a
yeah,
holy
yeah,
war?
yeah, yeah. We're gonna move on, but I'll end with this. Like, think about this, because this is what I want you to think about. In 20 years, in 30 years, in 40 years, in 50 years, and 80 years, what you're doing right now is you're supporting the lockdown of software. And I know that that seems like it's okay today, but in 30 years, when you don't want that software locked down, or in 60 years, when everybody has to be a programmer, it's going to be a fucking problem. So, with that being said, let's move on.
I just want to posit to your point. I believe that with the fact that code isn't something that people have to sit down and do anymore, we have enough code bases, we have enough engines where, like, for instance, if you looked at Microsoft HoloLens 2 demo and how they even explain creating buttons in virtual reality, most people will not have to learn a lick of coding to be able to deploy apps and things that they can design virtually, as long as it looks good and it works. Let the people who are Cody junkies keep working. They're only a small portion of the masses. Most people don't want to sudo apt/get and then find a distro package. So in my opinion, Apple's on the right track by saying, listen, it just works.
My only problem with Apple is that it's the same damn phone every year.
Surprise for me. Y'all are paying way too much for shit that's not necessary.
It just stays the same.
Hallelujah.
All right. Coming from a non-programmer, all right. I don't know you guys, but the newest update for the Apple has basically rendered all the battery cases obsolete when it comes to CarPlay, and actually heavily throttles your charging if you're attaching your battery case to it. All right, they're not openly saying this, but you go test it out, and then you're gonna come back to me and say, "Hey, you know, Apple it just works." I guess it just works on their terms. It doesn't
Yeah.
just works.
Yeah. Yeah. We were driving through Knoxville the other day, and for a solid 30 minutes, 35 minutes, my girlfriend's phone said, "Your phone is unavailable. Please wait." Okay, well, what the fuck happens if she gets caught on fire or stabbed? Like, she couldn't call 911 from this phone. Why do you own this device?
That's why we still have our old phones. I don't know about elsewhere in the world, but in the United States, if you have an offline phone, if you hit 911, the thing is still supposed to ring through. So that is our only
Yes,
assurance.
911 is ubiquitous across every single cell phone device, and
Yeah,
it tunes into.
we tried. I'm telling you, we tried on purpose.
I believe you. I believe you.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying that's how it's supposed to work. In fact, how about the Alaska man saved by Apple's new feature where he texted a satellite?
I mean, fine. How about my phone? I've owned an Android phone my entire life. It's never babysat me and told me I couldn't have it.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
just
we get it.
glitches every time you switch apps.
Apple's still better.
It really
back to
does.
Google Glasses though.
Yeah, let's go back to the wearables because I like the wearables. The AR stuff is cool.
But isn't like Google Glass all over again?
Bruh, no one's gonna wear that shit. It looks goofy.
Nobody's
wear
it. Okay.
Guys,
Like I
Yeah.
said, during a recession, I
anybody
really
been
be paying
following
$1,000.
Oracle? Like the software company Oracle? Like basically all the blue chips are getting absolutely destroyed. Oracle's actually been rallying. Is it because of fucking TikTok?
What? Why would Oracle rally to TikTok? What is your thesis? Explain.
It's not a thesis because the Oracle's been basically Oracle hosts TikTok's cloud services, right? correct? That was
I
back in
don't know,
2020,
man.
right?
You're the one who said it. Explain.
I had Oracle. I can't remember what my research was behind it, but I had Oracle, and I think it did have something to do with TikTok. I don't have Oracle anymore, but
So, are their cloud division revenues rising, and that's what's anchoring their stock? That's what's happening?
so I know what it was. It was their packaging, the way that how lots of companies are changing from having on-site servers and on-site everything to now going over to cloud infrastructure. Oracle offers a package for their customers that is very I think easy to understand and user friendly, and it helps them to migrate them easier. And I think that because they have that's a great offering for businesses that don't know much about technology, which, let's be honest, many of them don't. So, so that was my whole reason, was because of the way that they were packaging their, I think, software as a service, but also their cloud services. But I'm not sure if it was software as a service or not, because I have not looked into this for a while, but I did like Oracle.
Yeah, it's one of the few like big tech companies that actually getting like price target increases. Um, so I'm just trying to see all you tech savvy individuals out there know what exactly changed in the fundamental sphere for Oracle.
Wasn't there like from TikTok, just to your point, like didn't they move the US like users data to the Oracle servers or something like that back in, I think, summertime?
I'm about halfway through this research. Give me a minute.
Yeah, that wouldn't explain the recent pump though, but I mean it could still be from the increase of the TikTok demand.
Yeah, I mean, like it's been rising alongside with like many of the I guess the big tech companies, but they have been rising even on the days when the big tech companies are down. So somebody's buying the fuck out of them for some reason,
Yeah, some
and
type
I'm
of
just trying to see.
partnership or something.
Yeah, so
Can
I
we
just
switch?
want to see.
Can we switch gears? Can we switch gears? I just want to get an idea right now. Which way do you think the chicken's gonna run on SPY? Are we going puts or calls?
It's already down, so
Yeah, but we're getting a nice consolidation right here before the 11 and 12 o'clock madness.
what's at 11 or 12?
Algorithm trading stepping in. I was the one who was saying Apple was 150, sold my calls, bought a quick put, made some money on the put. Now I'm just thinking, like, do I go to SPY and go for a short-term 0 DTE call or put? How would you fuck?
Neither.
So you would just strangle the bitch. That's it.
Yeah, I think strangling, but if it goes flatlines, you're fucked on both. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of like the market overall. I mean, the volume looks pretty terrible.
I think it'll be a choppy week before FOMC meeting next week, so trade appropriately, unless you see a drastic move up or down.
Yeah, I'm actually looking into AbbVie, and then I also have a small position in EBS, Emergent Biosolutions. But besides that, like nothing really looks that enticing, especially like SPY. It's got too many hands in the pot, especially with like financial and energy inside of SPY. That's really gonna mess with the direction where it's gonna pump or don't. And then also be mindful that end of this week is when they will announce who they're gonna add or remove from the index. And the following week is they are also going to balance the index. So there's some arbitrage opportunities out there for specific tickers. But I'm not good enough with that kind of math, so I can't play these arbitrage plays.
I've got the Oracle TikTok information whenever you want it.
Share it.
Yeah, tell us about it, man.
Give it to us right now.
In June of this year, TikTok moved all of their U.S. traffic to Oracle servers located inside the United States. That was all a result from Trump's push in 2016 to get TikTok out of China. It looks like that actually came to fruition this year. I would posit that I would be careful about any plays on this because I know I've seen at least 3 articles in the last few months about like the FBI or the CIA being concerned about data being harvested from TikTok and wanting it shut down. So if there is a play, it might reverse itself if some shit comes down the pipe.
Yeah, it seems like the
That's
play has already expired.
yeah, that's
Calls are up already with the IV. I would just look it from October.
yeah. I was looking at. I have puts on because of the CIA and FBI warnings.
Yeah.
For Oracle, but see, it's like one of the like TikTok's like one of the only company right now that's still growing, right? They're still like hiring people to like expand their platforms and shit. So I don't know, like a strangle.
I'm seeing a lot of people starting to use it that didn't previously use it before. I feel like the kids, like Gen Zers, were on top of it during Musically, and then, during the pandemic, we saw more people go over to it. But I still think that we've got masses moving in that direction. So
As a software engineer, man,
that's
there's an
my
opportunity. You're right. You're absolutely right. TikTok is huge, and I enjoy the platform myself. I hate the noise that it creates just everywhere that I go, but I like the videos. I like the things, right? And I will say that absolutely there is an opportunity right now for an American software engineering company to reproduce this software and walk away with a fucking killing.
But the question kind of drives from with
At what
TikTok.
expense, though? TikTok is screwing the world over. Have you not noticed the attention span is non-existent for today's younger generations?
It was
I'm
already
talking
like
about.
that.
Why are
It
we
was already
developing software that
Listen.
enforces
You're
that?
talking about social stuff. I'm talking about capitalism here. I'm trying to make money on it.
They're the same.
I thought Snapchat would have been like a contender to TikTok, but unfortunately they did
So
not
did I.
pan out the way I thought they would.
But is TikTok like Soldier Boy, where it's a one-hit wonder, or is it gonna actually continue and become huge?
Excuse me, Soldier Boy has 2 hits.
Nah, fuck Soldier Boy.
TikTok is actually in the position where, like Snap, they have a lot of technology going on with facial recognition, with understanding like when Apple releases a new iPhone portrait mode, how does the math work? How do we implement this within our code chains to create filters that seem realistic and great? My girlfriend, she's been showing me from Plenty of Fish, TikTok, everything, just like how effective it is. It's more about the IP. TikTok has a shitload of 3D VR content that's coming down the pipeline. I really think TikTok is something to watch very carefully. Snapchat is a similar thing, but you can always license technology for US companies. That's my takeaway. Thank you for the floor.
But what I've seen that's weird to me is that my kids and the kids around them all have access to TikTok for the most part. My kids not so much, but the kids at school where I volunteer, like they're walking around school watching TikTok and shit. And what's actually interesting is that a lot of them aren't actually consuming TikTok. They're consuming TikTok videos on YouTube. And I don't know if it's because their parents won't let them have the app or what, but I see a lot of these kids just scrolling through the YouTube app, watching TikTok videos on there.
Yeah,
But
and they
that's
have
common though.
That's
It's
most
like
people, and
compilations.
most people don't even know it.
Well, I mean, just look at it being what it actually is. It's not a social angle like Facebook is. I mean, all these things fall into the same category of presentation because we're in a commercial society, but it's completely different venue.
I think it does fall into the same venue as Facebook because it is an argument about who's going to adopt it next. Facebook started off where you had to have your college email address to sign up for the platform.
Right
It was
on.
very young focused. And then now we have like boomers basically taking over Facebook. So if TikTok starts with whatever these young fuckers generation is, Gen Y or whatever it is, and then gets all the way up to, it sounds like some of you people are in your mid 30s, mid 40s on TikTok now adapting the platform, then there is more growth. Like, yeah, maybe they're fucking over our data privacy, but there's
We're on the
plenty of other
same
companies
page,
doing
right?
that.
But are those kids' generation, are they communicating through TikTok similar to Facebook with the boomers communicating with one another plus the video reels? Like, is
They're using
TikTok just a
Snapchat.
venue for watching, or like where are they actually communicating on? And Snapchat users has
Snapchat.
gone down, it seems like.
No, because all those kids are talking to each other on Snapchat.
They're talking on Snapchat for
My
sure.
point.
The TikTok. So I mean, you have to look at like Instagram, because Instagram, it was Facebook and then Instagram, and now I think Instagram is oversaturated, and you also have so many scammers are crazy on Instagram like now right now, and
Prostitution right
I'm
now.
getting annoying. I'm getting annoyed with if I follow somebody that I want to be a part of their network because I want to learn what they're teaching, I keep on getting people in my inboxes or people requesting me or something like that they went through the friends list of the people that I'm following, or it's a scammer. I just started following Marcus Mumford, for example, and then I got a scammer email or scammer message immediately. You don't have as much of an opportunity for that on TikTok because TikTok is not carousels, it's not stills,
Well,
it's all reels.
I
And
must
you
stop
hit the point there exactly, and that's what I was getting to
let me
say.
just finish this one thought, and then you guys. But the thing is that TikTok started with the reel. Like the reels were really popular on TikTok. That's where lots of people wanted to see them, and now Facebook and Instagram have copied that reels. And Instagram has said specifically that they're moving towards reels, that businesses, should be using reels to reach more customers. And so I think that because TikTok's technology is one that the other platforms have adopted, people are I think they're moving over to TikTok. And because Instagram's oversaturated and full of scammers, I think you're going to continue to see that push over to, or you're going to continue to see that
TikTok
migration.
is actually full of scammers as
Hoof
well.
hard.
I follow this guy that
It
talks
is.
about stocks and
Yeah, hoof
It's
hard.
full of China,
and
the
I
number
don't mean
one
to cut.
I
scammer.
got like 20
All right, gentlemen.
like different
Hold on.
accounts.
I don't mean to cut. Hoof-hearted. To take your position up a notch, TikTok, right? I'm a video editor. I'm a photographer. TikTok, the shit that people can edit and deliver on their social media platforms off of a phone versus 10 years ago, that kind of editing would have required James Cameron coming and camping out at your house.
You mean Apple phone?
Any phone. It could be Android, it could be Apple. TikTok has actually perfected the art of giving an editing suite to kids that just simply works on their phone. That's why it's so powerful. The amount
You can
of
do
code.
that on any phone, bare bones, out of the box.
Who writes the script?
You don't need
for
an
TikTok?
app to do that.
But
So it's like Vine with Instagram, with Facebook. Was that what we're getting at?
No, TikTok developed editing apps that are so easy to use and straightforward, and nobody really thinks like this took a lot of coding.
That's
This
the
took a
problem.
lot of-
Nobody thinks. So
Well,
we're going to encourage that?
The market
No.
is based on
We should
people
be
not
encouraging kids to think.
But they're not thinking when they're learning video editing and actually
That's the
trying to one up
problem.
each other. No, they're not thinking,
That's
right?
what I was saying.
Wait, are we implying
I'm
that
saying
kids
that the
don't
kids
think, but
are.
adults do? Are we
No,
saying
I'm
that,
implying
right,
that these
exactly. If
guys
people don't
are
think, they're
not
not gonna think.
understanding.
But look at
All right, guys. Let's not talk over each other and yell. Debating is nice and everything, but let's make sure that we stick to a, polite, all aggressive conversation.
The problem is none of this is touching on China. And that's the major number one problem with TikTok. It's consuming the most metadata and it's sending it overseas. That's a very dangerous problem to have in today's world.
So that's a very good point. Another thing that I think that a lot of you guys are missing is that the people that are using TikTok, the vast majority of consumers of these applications are very nomadic. And especially given the nature of TikTok and what's happening and everything, it's like I said, the moment that the next thing comes out that's going to have the algorithms in it that lets you change your face and edit your videos and all that shit, because if it exists somewhere, it's going to be easy to put somewhere else, right? The next time, or as soon as that next app comes out, TikTok is dead. It's just a matter of when.
And it's just encouraging people to be more and more fake instead of being who they are. Like,
But I mean,
hiding behind filters is bullshit.
But you could say the same thing about Facebook, MySpace, Instagram. Like, if you
Hell,
have an opinion about the company, that's one thing, but you could make a point, say, like, there's a long-term risk to owning or being bullish TikTok because the US government could step in and do even harsher regulation on it.
No,
But I
no, no.
think
That's
to
even
say
a
that the
bigger
most important,
problem. Look how TikTok is delivered in China. It's a completely different platform than what is handed off. All the same tools are on the platform for parents to take advantage of, but nobody does it. Like, we've got to look ourselves in the mirror.
I would say no overarching sweeping opinions, because a lot of parents like me, I have a 3-year-old girl. She's growing up in the TikTok, Instagram world. You don't think I love that Apple can make her a email locked down under kids, lock it all down. I can control what apps she has access to or not. I can even get metrics on how long she's on
Bro,
certain apps.
you're so cute, man. I love the idea that you think that that's all going to work out for you with your little 3-year-old.
Oh no, I honestly, if she can hack through anything I put in front of her, I'd be a proud dad.
I got 12-year-olds, bro. I'm telling you right now, you don't even fucking have any idea what's coming for you.
Clearly, your
year-old.
children.
Cat and mouse.
You got it, bro. But you know what? You got to start sometime.
That's how
And let
they
me-
learn.
Have you ever felt proud when your 12-year-old defeated what you thought would
Oh.
be bulletproof?
All day. Are you kidding? That does not make it any easier to raise this fucking thing.
Show them
Apple's
the
still better than Android.
Well,
show
and
them the
two,
cat video that teaches DNS.
I think that we're also underestimating our children's social constructs, and by that I mean it doesn't. If their friends are on it, they want to be on it. It's that simple. They're not looking at it deeply. They're going to hate us if we stop them from being on it. And we're really kind of doing them a disservice if we don't teach them how to use the technology that they will eventually be using once they're no longer under our under the dictatorship as it is for some. But
That's why you don't just give a simple no. You give them an explanation beyond that from day one.
Well, okay, let's not discuss parenting so much because I think there's plenty of people here who don't give a shit. I think if we're gonna make
most of these
plays,
people aren't even parents, man.
if we're gonna make plays on kids, then I would posit Google Alphabet, because if we're talking about what they're using to communicate, it's like Google Documents, which is fucking weird, but it's happening, and it's happening because they can't be monitored there, apparently.
What do you mean communicating? Like, are we talking about projects at school, or are we actually
No, I'm talking about they're opening a Google document and putting weird shit in it that they don't want adults to see, and then other kids are coming and looking at that adult. That's genius.
Snapchat.
You can do that on
Yeah,
Apple
you'd
Notes
think
as well.
Snapchat, but I'm serious. Like, all these kids are walking around with Snapchat. When they had a picture up the other day of Donald Trump in an American flag tank top with giant pointy boobs. And they're passing this shit around and they're all laughing about it. Where was that image? It was in Google Documents. It was in a Google Doc it's got a series of images in it. And they're just going through that document looking at those images.
Sir, we would appreciate it if you don't give out the secrets to the young generation.
I'm saying, like, it's not, I don't think it's quite what we think it is. They're doing weird shit that you'd never fucking expect them to do.
I don't know about that, but
Man, you
The whole
guys
point
you
is
guys
we should
sound
be
like a
bullish.
bunch of, sorry about talking over you there. You sound like a bunch of boomers. Like, when we were kids, we didn't get around like your parents putting on the V block on the TV. Kids are gonna do what kids are gonna do. They're gonna find
That's what they're
Right.
doing with the Google document. They're getting around all the shit.
They're Netflixing and chilling when we were VHSing and chilling.
yeah, I remember sitting on a Commodore and typing Word, the beavers acting up again over and over again, wishing I could teach myself how to code. They do have resources nowadays that we didn't have.
The 12-year-old, like, to me, they're doing the same shit that we did, right? Like, they're just doing it in a different way.
That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, it's a response to an action. Anybody who ever studies evolution, yeah, everything is a response to an action. They're always going to come up with more clever ways to make their boomer parents look like idiots. It doesn't change that at the end of the day, what are they on? What are they using? What tools are available to them? And what could they do that we older people cannot figure out? End rant. I'm muting.
Do we have any
So
plays right now? It's been a couple hours past the market, so just looking for some opportunities here.
I'm thinking about
Still
jumping into
looking at
GitLab for earnings tonight.
What was that?
GitLab for earnings. They've had a consistent beat for their last 3 earnings. I see potential in the company. They're at $40, which is terrible right now. So I'll be buying calls maybe.
GitLab's like GitHub's GitLabs? Is that what you said? How about a ticker? You got a ticker?
The problem I see with companies like that is hard drives are not getting cheaper. They're getting more and more expensive. Every single cloud service is suffering from it, and it's going to hit the bottom line eventually.
Malhar Ford, do you have a ticker for that by chance?
Yeah, GTLB. My bad, I was muted.
Yeah, it looks like GTLB. I was just looking at GitLab. Their expected move is 18% either way, but it seems like that's actually a good volatile movement on earnings that is expected.
I didn't
Their
know
price
this was
targets.
public.
Their price targets are also consistently up, so I'm just guessing that long puts might print even though I get IV crushed soon.
Are you bullish on earnings or bearish?
Bullish.
Okay, I cleared it up.
I cut somebody off. You can go next.
I think it might have been me. I didn't know GitLab was traded. It's interesting.
Yeah, quite a few folks are talking about it just because the expected move is so high, at least comparison to the other earnings that are coming up this week. So this one would probably be your best risk reward.
Has anybody seen Solar Edge just keep on climbing up? I know some guy here brought it up, I think, like about a month ago when it was sitting like at 260, 270, I believe, and it's right now it's like at 310.
Well, any company like Enphase has been doing the same thing. They just raise price targets, and then like I was saying earlier about the U.S. Commerce Department going after Chinese imported solar panels that were evading tariffs. So this is it's going to be interesting to look at for this space definitely. But I was saying earlier is ABBV. It's actually a very interesting play right now, especially that there's a drug called Humira that's going to be allowed to be generically produced next year, and ABBV has them as about 36% of their revenue every year. Just a thought for you guys to look into.
What's the name of that company? You said ABVV?
Yeah.
I have to resist the urge to continue to commiserate with other parents. And I feel like that's a problem that we shouldn't have in Wall Street Bets.
On some sort of note, I
Thankfully,
don't know if you guys see this weather channel that pops up on your phone, but I'm sitting here on the East Coast and it's been pretty decent. All I see is snowstorms everywhere. I can't imagine what's going to happen to these gas prices if that kind of thing keeps up, if it's real.
I
Yeah,
can.
it's supposed to be a very cold winter.
Yeah, it's already hit like 22 here, which is uncommon in Tennessee. So I mean, it's going to be rough.
Wow.
Do we have any
I
plays for
drove
that, guys?
from. Yeah, the play is Chevron. Thank me later.
Okay, you got
The play's
CVX
cold, baby.
calls? Are you going for CVX?
Calls on Chevron. Calls on Chevron.
Hey,
No,
I tell you what.
I'm buying. I'm DCAing into Chevron, and I did a couple weeks back before the ex-dividend date, and I'm just gonna continue doing that as my winter gas / Russia Ukraine uncertainty play.
I don't know if it helps you guys or not, but I'm about to go to Home Depot and buy 2 tankless hot water heaters because natural gas is so fucking expensive. I'm not trying to heat these tanks through the winter.
Do you have like
What
hard water
generates
in
the
your area?
electricity powering those tankless water heaters?
I mean, I don't give a shit. I'm paying the same for electricity that I'm paying for gas right now. And I know if I get tankless water heaters, I'll pay half for gas than what I'm currently paying.
You're
And
looking at
twice for
the
electricity.
Rinnai tankless hot water heater system where it's hot water
Yeah.
on demand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My father installed those about 8 years ago. Do it now.
Oh no, I've already installed one. Trust me, I'm aware. They're amazing. But that's, if you guys have natural gas right now and you have an actual water heater like with a tank, you would consider the same thing because I've got two and I've realized that I'm constantly running gas because of that.
You know what's the
Put a-
great part
put a
about the
blanket around it.
tankless hot water heaters? If you install them correctly, you can give each shower independent temperature
Yes.
control. You can put the controller in the shower, and if you want to be boiling hot, or if your date comes over and she likes it lukewarm, you can dial in exactly what
Wait, how
temperature
do I
and
get
it'll
this?
nail it.
It's
Renai.
just they're like, well, I don't know about the ticker about Renai. Is that even public?
I don't know if they're public, but Renai, they made the units that we have, and the energy savings on them is just absolutely outrageous.
So ultimately, what I'm saying is that I'm looking at alternatives. I guess not alternatives, other ways to save money on natural gas because it has gone up. Like when I was that old house, I owned a house a couple of years ago that I stayed in for about 8 years. At the beginning of that, I didn't give a shit, right? Like we had a tankless there, and I would stay in the shower. The kids would stay in the shower, whatever. But here at this house now, with the changes in natural gas prices, I am noticing a huge fucking difference to the point that between both of those bills, I'm paying about $600 a month, and that's no,
It sounds like we need to lobby Congress to not be selling it outside the states then.
I mean, I'm just going to get tankless water heaters. I don't know.
I'm gonna buy some Peabody Energy.
All right, I'm doing a straight degen play here with GitLab $60 strike, December 16th calls.
So
for the gentleman that said he was long puts, did he mean that he was expecting earnings to be positive and selling puts? I was confused by that.
He clarified and said he was longing puts potentially, but he was short term on earnings, bullish. The earnings part is the only part I cared about, so I just asked. He said he was bullish.
I'll have to go look, but I'm pretty sure GitLab, if I recall correctly, is a website that offers you access to other people's code or something like that so that you can pull down other code that already accomplishes a thing. If that's the case, that could be incredibly popular going forward, but I don't recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean they've been beating earnings quite well the past 4 times. So the expected is 0.15 EPS, and I think they're going to at least hit.
Opinion, what's your philosophy on how to trade earnings?
Oh, only trade them if you deeply believe in your thesis. It's like trading binary events a lot of the time. If you're trading options,
Get a subscription to Newswire.
what are you gonna do with that?
You'll be the first one to get the news.
You might be the first one to get the news. Well, actually, you won't. But even if you were, you're definitely not the first one to process the news.
You're definitely not the
I know
publicist typing the press release.
But looking at the GitLab chart itself, it seems like it has pretty good support around 37 range, probably 35. But nonetheless, it looks like your risk to reward, or your reward to risk actually is higher.
I'm not making the play. As a technologist, I like the technology that GitLab has. So I hope that helps you guys in some way.
So anybody know why CrowdStrike dumped that hard last week?
Did it have earnings?
Yes.
Did they miss?
Pretty bigly.
And did they have bad forward guidance?
Well, yes, but generally.
There you go.
Well, I know, but like, but how many times have like how many times have these things been like not been the case when it comes to a stock? But it's tanking. It tanked a lot, like way beyond the expectations of the market makers.
I did learn a thing about. We've been talking about Nintendo. Excuse me. We've been talking about Nintendo a lot, and Luce did a talk about that the other day. He talked about everybody investing into NTDOY, which I would suggest also if you're thinking about getting into Nintendo. But I did learn that NTDOF pays dividends. I came across the number 40 cents per share, which to me seems a bit high, but I don't really know a lot about dividends. So, you guys do with that what you will. Nintendo's also down this morning, which is shit.
It's because they knew that WallStreetBets has been pumping Nintendo. They're like, we gotta wreck some of these bag holders before Christmas.
Yeah.
Thank you to anybody who called Activision. That was a great call. I heard it here. My girlfriend cashed out on Activision. Thank you to everybody. I'm grateful for that.
I think that was maybe it wasn't Luce. I thought it was Luce, but I think Luce was just here for the conversation where there were some randos that were plugging Activision.
Did anyone enter the play Hardy recommended for GME?
What was he? Was he buying puts or?
Yeah, what's the play?
Yeah, I think it was Gamma Cross puts at 26.5.
Nice. I think he announced it before open though, didn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see. So those would have become in the money just a couple minutes ago.
Yep, they're printing.
Oh, nice. You were in. Nice.
Can you do explain it like on 5 Gamma Cross, whatever the fuck you said?
It's probably easiest if you just like read Hardy's post because he's like explained it like a million times.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through his AMAs later.
What Luce pointed me to, let's see, Tasty Trades. I keep saying Juicy Trades. It's not right. It's Tasty Trades. They have an app and they have a website. I've downloaded the app and I like the website better because the app doesn't necessarily categorize the videos easily and I can't search in the app. But there is a plethora, I mean, more than you could ever really consume of videos on that website that are going to cover pretty much anything you would want to know here. I have not even begun to understand that, so I'm with you, but it's a good resource that Luke's pointed me to.
Anybody want to make a prediction on SPY 420?
What?
SPY 420.
I'm always down for 420.
Yeah, it'll hit on April 20th.
Same.
Santa rally is in effect. CPI numbers looking good. Inflation slowing down. Jay Powell told us for the 9th time. It's like dealing with a kid. You're gonna get grounded if I say it one more time, and then you get mad when you get grounded. Now you got to deal with it. That's what he did 9 times in a row. Slow quantitative easing. Give the economy some time to absorb the current inflation rates and go into the Santa rally, because I hate to say it, every parent's going to be exploring Apple. They're going to be exploring Google. They're going to be exploring tech for Christmas. And I mean, at this point, SPY is basically tech. And Elon removed a lot of barriers in our way. Tesla's going back to fair price evaluation. And Twitter is off the table. So we've only got Snap and Meta.
So you're bullish on SPY hitting 420 this year?
Yeah, I think SPY is going to hit 420 before Christmas.
All right.
I think I'm going to hit 420 before Christmas.
I'm loading SPY puts now. Let's go.
Oh, wait, are we going with the inverse Kramer strategy?
Yeah, you sounded like Kramer, so I had to.
I just knocked out my TV, so I don't have to think about turning that stuff on.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll play the bearish case. I'm bearish overall. I mean, all those things you said are great, but I think the economy is still in a shit show, in my opinion, just based off of the layoffs and people tightening up their belts. Black Friday deals, like for Amazon and Cyber Monday, I think they were down. I don't know.
Well, Cyber Monday broke records, but I'm actually thinking that Cyber Monday was probably a lot of the Christmas purchases, and I'm wondering how much of the Santa rally is already priced in.
Yeah, that's kind of the overall thesis there, is that people were just buying for Christmas.
Yeah, that's why
and
I'm
then they
saying
won't buy.
420. I'm saying 420 only because, strike price, throw $120 behind it. That's like a gift for that person who's not going to really appreciate it. Why not? Who knows? I don't have a crystal ball, do you?
Wait, if Hardy thinks there's going to be a bunch of exit liquidity from SPY collectively, what does that do to the price if people are recognizing their losses of the SPY components on an institutional level?
Yeah, tax harvesting. I mean, they're going to start pulling money out. They already got their good bonuses from this crazy rally out of nowhere. Time to take money out.
Take gains.
But I mean, in terms of economic theory, you have a ton of supply hitting the market. What is that going to do to the price?
Reduce it.
We're messing with a lot here, and I think it's a little unprecedented, right? Like, we got the rail strike, we got a recession thing happening, we got a possible Santa rally, we got Cyber Monday that nobody fucking expected.
Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine, Russia. Honestly, it would probably behoove all of us to just stop fucking playing the stock market right now.
I wish I'd took that advice like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but some of us have to make these last minute Christmas plays.
Fair enough. This has got to be the closest to an impossible market we've ever been, if not already impossible.
All right. Very simple. If you believe in the Santa rally, if you believe in the stock market, basically, buy the rumor, sell the news. This is probably the best time to be swinging like Tarzan. I wish luck to all of you. There are going to be a lot of people burned. Just remember that if you're ever feeling suicidal, you just call up the National Suicidal Hotline and do not delete the app. Get your ass back in there.
Be with good
also,
people.
position sizing. Don't go all in, obviously.
If you get to that point, it's probably a good idea not to come talk to us about it also, because, I'm a nice guy, but I can't speak for like the 11 million people here.
This is actually the exact type of place you would want to come because you're anonymous. Nobody's going to be like, hey, that's Tommy. I know he's going to kill himself. Like, come here first, come back down to earth, have somebody make fun of you, and then call a therapist.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where to put money where it's not going to just lose value over time. I mean,
I will
stocks,
suggest.
cryptos,
SPY
bonds, new
calls,
boomer.
baby.
Buy
SPY
the
Yeah, I was
calls.
just
dip on
going to
coffee
suggest to you
futures,
guys,
guys.
if we could talk about some market plays and just some more elaborate things, might be helpful for those that are considering the other side. If you guys know what I'm talking about here.
All right, so back to GameStop.
I think he's right.
I'll bring up my boy TMQ, who's been doing well since I
I
mentioned it.
looked at it.
Little 10% movement. Not in a single day, of course, because I do boring slow plays, but it's up 10% since mentioned.
Wait. We're up 10%. I didn't know it.
Since I mentioned it, it has moved. I've at least got a 10% return since I told you all to come get in.
That was the road conversation, right?
That was the little mining company that just needs a road permit to be reissued.
Yeah, I like it.
But that's where I'm parking my money in, mostly commodity mining companies, because I'm boring as F, but it's a sector I understand, so it's a sector I go to because I can at least recognize what's valued.
I think he brought up a great point. It's a sector he understands. If you're not trading a sector you understand, then you're just gambling. And rent.
Yeah. I think, opinion, you can correct me. He's not here. I think Hardy's advice is to put most of your money in the sector that you understand, and then play with that excess and stuff that you don't understand.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy was super on the mindset that, like, right now, putting money in like I bonds was the best avenue if you're not that skilled of a trader, at least.
You can start your own payday loans company.
Yeah. Going into a recession, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, one of my tenants drives a Lambo, because he owns like a payday loans company. Like that's not a bad gig.
There's actually a company that is a payday loan company and a sports book. So when you go into their business front to deposit on their sports book, people are taking out payday loans. It's very fucking depressing.
How about my first Xbox when I was about 20 from a rent-a-center? At that time, Xbox was $399, and I couldn't afford it because I was young. I paid that rent-a-center $784 for that Xbox. And so the extravagant cars make a lot of sense.
As an owner of extravagant cars, we have a Ford LTD on orange and black spinners, a few other cars. Long story short, depreciating assets that require a lot of maintenance versus video games. Well, look at what happened with PS5 and Xbox One, Series X. Absolute balloon in the market, and we're coming into Christmas and we have chip shortages. Don't think there aren't premiums being charged. Like, everything is relative, boys. Take your opinion and throw it in the bathwater, because you ain't throwing baby out.
Don't do that to opinion.
I don't know if you guys noticed, like some of
No,
these
not
trends, though,
opinion.
you don't see the fluctuations in, say, like the semiconductors that you used to. You used to be able to see like a $3 swing on some things just a few years ago. You don't even see that. I think the money's very much consolidated at this point.
Here's the
What was that
thesis.
company someone just mentioned about its? They mentioned it was a payday loan company and a sports betting company. Was that just like a?
I don't think it's publicly traded. Hey, speaking out, anybody looking at the stock price for Rick? Fucking strip club is almost at $90.
No doubt.
Recession, man.
Yeah, it was first alerted at like $50, and then went to $69.69, and then now it's at $89.
Wait, are you trolling us?
No, look at the
What's a
picture,
troll?
man. No, I'm just in disbelief. But I mean, unfortunately, the option chain is very illiquid, so I'm not gonna dick around with options. I might get shares, but I don't know. It looks like a little overvalued to me.
You bet.
What's the minimum market cap? Is it still $500 million?
We don't have one anymore.
Oh, really? NOTV is down like 70% from when insiders were buying, because of some bullshit news with non-human primates, or like with their supplier of non-human primates. And I mean, the insiders were buying it like $20 plus.
Please do not insult my cousin Bobby for being a primate. He still can make better calls than me on the market.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have calls for December 16th.
What is the stock again, and what do they do?
NOTV.
What do they do?
I don't know. They're like a biotech, or honestly, I don't even know. I just know they took like a 70% haircut over some news about their supplier of non-human primates. They're some dude that works at their supplier, or somebody that works at their supplier of non-human primates was named on an indictment. So they took a 70% haircut because of that. Like, doesn't really make sense.
You have calls on the company and you don't know what they do. I love you.
I just know they make money. I forget what they do.
I have that information.
Innovative.
Hoof-hearted.
Hoof's got it. Hoof's got it.
Yeah. Hoof-hearted, what you say?
Provides drug discovery and development services to pharmaceutical, chemical, and medical device industry, and sells. Hang on a second.
So are they tied to
and
monkeys
sells
or not?
analytical instruments to the pharmaceutical development and contract research industries. So the industry is life sciences, tools, and services, and the sector is healthcare.
So I'll take a guess. Monkeys are probably the most expensive thing for a supplier in the scientific industry, because you're dealing with actual living things, and so it's probably hard to move and everything else. I would imagine that now a supplier to No TV has gotten in trouble for something and will not be supplying monkeys anymore, and so their most expensive asset is being reduced, probably. More than likely. It's hard with instrumentation, and you had said instrumentation. Sometimes you can get stuff that's a lot more expensive.
We should ask Elon about his
Yeah.
opinion.
We should.
Yeah, but that's not their like that. I don't think that's their entire operation isn't based around monkeys. I know they acquired like 6 companies the last year or something.
I mean, apparently in Neuralink they murdered a whole bunch of monkeys just to get to where they're at.
Better than murdering humans.
I mean, they took a 70% haircut for a legitimate reason, right? Like, we're not going to assume that the market was just like, oh, we see monkeys, let's sell it all. Now, maybe you could say 70% is oversold, but like, there's clearly a reason it dropped so much.
Oh, I knew that. Yeah, I wouldn't say there was no reason. I'm just saying it was like too much of a.
But what's your reason that it's too much other than just 70% is a lot?
That 70% is a lot.
All
Not
right,
bad. I hope this works for you, but you gotta put a little more into it than just this thing down a lot, so it should be up a lot soon.
Yeah, that's not really a great trading metric. I wish you luck. I want to talk about Grinder. Nice, fill and kill.
I've lost money on Grinder. Fuck that. Waiting for it to go back up.
Grinder treated me pretty good today. Treated my girlfriend pretty good today. I mean, what's the bet on white national conservatives who shoot out their own power grid and face domestic charges versus an app that is filled with gay guys trying to get laid overnight and will pay a day pass of like, what was it, like $14 or something, just so they could get laid instantly? I mean, I don't know about you, but I got calls on Grinder.
Oh, I'm going to hold. I'm not selling at a loss for sure, because I fully expect it to go back up.
Why don't you just sell for a loss now? Wait 30 days and get back in.
Well, I thought about it, but I've done that, and I don't like you guys that much. You guys keep telling me to do that. I don't want to do that anymore.
So would you say Grinder stock is more of a meme, and that's why it's just going up? And
No, I think Rad has made the point that this is just the typical IPO cycle. Shares are going to unlock in a little while, so just expect volatility in the short term. Maybe people that are speculating that Grinder's market cap gets close to its competitors, we can't really say, but it should not be at this price if it's going to be close to its competitors' market cap. So it's a long-term play, but volatility in the short term.
Yeah, exactly. It's jumping around like most de-SPACs jump around. So it's going to jump around. Wait, if you like it as a company, I would just wait for now because it's going to do de-SPAC craziness.
Who do you guys see as their competitors? Just out of curiosity, who do you see as Grinder's competitors?
I don't think they have one, do they?
Yeah.
I don't think Match. I don't think Match or any of the hetero dating apps are competitors.
Sorry, not competitors, peers. I shouldn't have said competitors.
I don't even think they're peers. I don't even think they're peers.
Okay, let me make this point.
The gay market is so small. Like, how many people in the United States out of 300 million people? How many gay people are there?
Dating is as a gay person is really hard because on apps that like Grinder is specifically known as a gay dating app gay whatever hookup app.
Hold on. Hoofhearted. I'm coming in for backup. This comes like the fucking EU and France coming at Ukraine. The gay market has a lock on Grinder because as somebody who works with gay people as their photographer and cinematographer, I have seen unspeakable horrors. And I've also seen some pretty interesting shit. These people look to Grinder because for $14 a day, you can get laid instantly. How much were men paying for prostitutes back in the 80s and 90s? $400 an hour versus $18 to find a free hookup, or 14, whatever the fuck their number is. Come on, guys.
I get that, but
think with your dick for
in
once.
terms of the market size, in terms of the market size, right? I mean, if they're targeting the gay market, the gay segment of the population in the United States, that is a small subset of what Match and some of these other larger peers look at. I mean, for Match and the other ones, their market size is the entire population of the United States. For Grinder, your target market is
All right.
smaller.
Have you ever used
Hold on.
Grinder? Have you ever
Hold on,
used Grinder?
Let's slow down here.
No.
Slut.
Hold
on.
I have not, but I would. If I were to use Grinder, I would have no problem paying $14 for a hookup. Even as a non-Grinder user, I would love to pay $14 for a hookup. I do that every day of the week. No problem. But you're looking at a small segment of the market, so I don't think you can compare it to someone like a Match or someone larger.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
How many closeted homosexuals are going to pay that $14? I mean, listen, a hole is a hole. You stick your dick through a hole. You don't care what mouth is on the other end. You can.
All right, gotta keep these talks safe for work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Opinion. Slut, you were saying something. I'd like to hear from you, please.
Give me 1 minute. I gotta walk into the closet.
Decipher what just happened.
To my defense, non-human primates only make up 21% of OTVs, or whatever. They're no 21%.
I'm trying to find something to say to you, bro. I just don't have anything.
I mean, you know what? No, I'm gonna say it. I'm glad you looked into it, and now you've got some numbers to back up the position that you took. So that's a good start, and I hope it works out for you, my man. I really hope you come back tomorrow and you're like, dude, I made millions. You guys are idiots, and you can just laugh at all of us. I really do.
I really do too.
Okay, so you gotta fundamentally understand how Grindr is different than Match and Bumble. It's not a dating app for long-term monogamous relationships. It's a gay hookup app. It's underneath its de-SPAC price. It's leveled out. It's up 5% today. I think that it's going to steadily climb to somewhere around Bumble's market cap because I'm betting that gay guys can outfuck any single heterosexual monogamous dating app.
Okay, Hoof-hearted, would you like to submit your thoughts on this?
I was just saying that it's not the same as Matt. We can't put it in. It is, yes, a dating app, so you put it in that category, but it's not comparable, I don't think. And because of what was just said about it's more of a hookup app, and the pool is so small on dating applications or dating software that hetero people generally use as well. That's been my understanding, is that the pool is even smaller for gay people than it is. So Grinder, you can consistently find people on there, and
Hoof.
probably new people too.
Let her
Hoof.
finish. Let her finish.
Yeah, there's
No. Hoof is finished because she brought up the pertinent point. If you think about Grinder, you're talking about a bunch of dudes trying to be gay behind each other's backs, and they can tell you how many feet away you are from a guy who will suck your dick. And there's a value to having that. You don't.
Hey guys, just as a FYI, we need to keep this a little bit PG at times because we don't know who's all in the audience. So if we could just,
It's just the moderator, bro.
Thanks.
I feel like that's being homophobic. No,
Uh,
I'm just kidding. Okay, but
No,
anyways,
it's not homophobic. It's more.
I know, I'm
just,
kidding.
we not.
I apologize to any young
shove it down the
listeners,
throat of
and
the
please, we're gonna keep this PG.
Okay, so anyways,
Grace for your giant discussion.
my point is that it's undervalued. Yes, gay people are a subset of a market, and then gay people on Grindr are a subset of that subset. But you can take something like Bumble, and you can take the straight population and kind of extrapolate how many people are in the age range of dating, and you can put that onto Grindr, and you can see that these market caps are way different. And I'm betting that the aggressiveness of gay people trying to hook up will be at least comparable to a heterosexual monogamy.
They eliminated the hookup market, which was called Craigslist.
I think a lot of people are underestimating the fact that like people want to fall in love, right? Like, sure, hook up, but I don't think every gay person in America is just out there trying to get some. And I think if I was a gay person and I was actually trying to find a relationship, I'm not going to go to Tinder or, like whatever. I'm probably going to end up on that app.
Yeah, because a lot of
like,
guys
there's-
on there, they want romance. They want like to find a guy who actually wants to kiss another man. I may not agree with it in terms of like my own sexuality, but I give applause to every gay person using the app. And let's put it this way. They find each other in private. They've created their own safe space community. And if they're even willing to charge like a $13, $14 a day pass, think about what they must see on their metrics with gay guys who, let's be real here, you go to a bar, you want to hook up with a nice girl. Imagine being a gay guy trying to find a gay guy at a bar.
Yeah, exactly. You go to a gay bar, and that's what Grindr's done. It's taken the gay bar scene and put it into your phone.
Yeah.
And there was a whole bunch
what
of people
made
there
Tinder
who
so
go there.
great to begin with? What made Tinder so great to begin with? It was the fact that they didn't charge anything, and then the scams came along. So somebody had mentioned scams last week becoming a present thing on Grindr. I don't know. I've never been on there, but if that's the
But Tinder
concern,
Tinder limits you, and their whole market, their whole business strategy is to keep you from finding someone. So you have to keep on scrolling through ads.
Oh, I
Grindr
completely agree with that.
Yeah, but
Grindr is
wasn't
flipped
there-
upside down of that. They actually are incentivizing you to meet somebody. And as far as like falling in love and stuff, that's totally viable. Like you can find a guy who is cute and funny and smart and rich. And
But the
stay
money
stuck.
dynamic at the same time, then that's what I mean by saying that Tinder was free of charge. And I do agree with you that they did divert everything, but I mean, not every gay man has money though at the same time.
Grindr's
wasn't
just
there
got a
business
better
model?
business model. That's the end of it.
But
And
wasn't their business model for Tinder originally? Sorry for going over you, but wasn't their business model originally just for two people to then connect, right? Like they both had to accept, and instead of
The original
one side
business,
being spam.
I can speak on this as somebody who works with a lot of gay people in New York City. It originally started as just a purely like, you're X amount of feet away from me. Can we meet? I want to suck your dick. Excuse me. I would like to play a little glass whistle. And it evolved into where gay communities, they realize, like, if you want to know that you're gay, sign up for Grindr, because otherwise you're just like a closeted homosexual posturing. And
it's a self-sustaining economy then now at this point. Whereas
that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Are they going to be making billions of dollars a year on revenue though?
I'm sorry, come back.
He said they're going to be making billions of dollars a year in revenue.
14. If they can even make something comparable to the other apps, it'd be a success.
My thought about that is that, because I think you guys could probably tell that I love to look at things from an economic perspective and a social perspective and marry it together. And I'm sure we all are the same way here. In terms of the gay dating community, I think more people are feeling more empowered to come out. I think that the future generations, Gen Z specifically, you're looking at people that are much more comfortable with their sexuality. As in terms of a millennial, I do think that sexuality used to be seen as hetero cisgendered, and now you're getting into people, even such as myself, going, oh, wait a second, I am attracted to women too, but I used to be afraid to claim that for myself. So I think that the social norm that we're seeing will shift people in the direction of looking for hetero hookups and or homosexual hookups and relationships more so than they did in the past. That's what I think we're going to see as a social, and in that happening, of course, Grindr would become, more and more used. But you have lots of closeted individuals on there too.
Oh, and I respect that. I think that's a great way to look at it. I mean, in terms of the economy of it, though, I mean, look at Facebook. I mean, I slowly got into Facebook, and that was after years of just glaring at it. And as much as I wanted to get rid of it completely, it just turned into its own sort of thing. So do you think that that will happen with Grindr, where it turns into its own sort of thing more than as a, one-time business deal?
I think it already is trending in that way. I think it is its own thing.
So
very much so.
Can I go ahead? One second.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I think is going on is that, like, throughout these hookups and a lot of spam accounts or potential rapists or so forth on Tinder because it's free, like, I feel like there is a business model to have that verifies through payments, like Grindr is doing, that is extremely beneficial on both parties because they're verified, that they have a legit account. I mean, I'm sure there's still ways around it, but at least limits the cesspool of all the fake accounts or people that are going to do something to you. So, I mean, nonetheless, I think the Grindr model, it does work best if Tinder just kind of applied that.
So, a couple of things that I've noticed. One, to who farted, whatever, man. To your point, what I've noticed in the schools, actually, in my volunteering, is, I watch the show and they talk about the age of the geek, and he makes a joke about it. You've probably seen the show, and we're living in that era. We're living in that era because it used to be not cool to be a nerd, and then all of a sudden it became cool to be a nerd. I think what I'm seeing today is that it's starting to become cool to be okay with gay. And so it's really weird because my 12-year-old son will still use it as an insult. Like, he will call his friends that, and I correct him, and I'm like, no, like, don't do that. But at the same time, he's hanging out with and talking to people of every flavor. Like, it's surprising to me to see him talking to gay people, to especially guys, because just of his demeanor. I didn't. Well, so it's to your point, right? It's the generational thing. So I think as we go forward, we're going to see a lot more people that are okay with other people being gay, and that's going to turn into more of people coming out of the closet, that kind of thing.
Right, and in terms of an economy, it's a massive shift of norms and who's dealing with what, right? And if you have kids who no longer have an intermediary between things, then the whole scope of responsibility, who is able to take that kind of business, if you will, and do
I
well
love
with
it.
it.
Let's fight overpopulation with transforming people into gays.
So then the next thing,
and I'm not on any side here, but
All right. Like, all the random stuff aside, can we talk about, like, the actual fundamentals? Like, for instance, does it have ad revenue or possibility of ad revenue? And then also, is it going to be scalable to other countries, especially other countries where they do not allow homosexuality?
That's a concern.
Because
And I think on a legal, excuse me, I think on a legal perspective too, because I've seen the lawsuits roll through some of these companies before, and it sort of gets underplayed at the same time. And that's really the scary aspect of this all, is what might turn out legally.
Well, they've been doing fine so far, and a country that doesn't allow that kind of stuff probably doesn't allow stuff like Tinder either.
pretty much.
So
But
point is that it's niche.
It's
right?
clear cut. I agree. It's clear cut to an extent.
If I'm an indie game developer on the side, I try to build video games. If I'm doing that, I'm trying to build something that's niche, so that I appeal to a very small portion of the market. I think that Grindr does that. They achieve that goal.
I think to sum up everyone's point, so we can move off of Grindr, they have a very focused demographic. They own the majority market share of that focused demographic. We're speculating on the potential market cap in the future relative to its peers, but it's a function of how society views gay culture and how permissive it is, whether it can expand to other areas of the world.
The market does not give a shit about that.
Right. I don't think how society looks at it even matters, because if I want to use it, I want to use it regardless of what society says. I don't give a shit. I think, but it's important to look at the numbers and to sort of try to calculate like what percentage of the population is gay, because that's your target audience. So that tells you how many times that $14 per day you can earn in order to, and that gives you an idea of what your annual revenue potential might be, and then relative to where you are now, and try to figure out what a reasonable stock valuation would be. So I mean, my initial statement had nothing, like I don't care either way. Like I'm not hetero. I don't care about hetero, gay, or whatever you are. But as far as the stock goes, it's important to understand what the actual numbers are and where the potential lies. And I think Grindr is a great application. It's a niche focus. So the narrower the focus, the stronger the brand. So it's a great application, all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying that I don't know if we can compare it to like a Match or one of their other peers. That's all.
Well, I'm not great with exchange rates or anything here, but I don't think the $14 would necessarily be affordable to the other side of the world for a one-time hookup, if you know what I mean.
well, there's a lot of like pay-to-win games that actually scales locally to their currency and affordability. Like there's been like a lot of Russians getting Russian iTunes cards to win some of these ridiculous pay-to-play. So I don't think that's going to be a problem.
As a software engineer, that's a package I'm probably pulling in. It's not something that I've wrote myself. And so when I pull that package in, it's going to give me access to take payments and exchange rates and do all that shit on the back end automatically. Like if I'm an app developer, if I'm making Grindr today, I'm not fucking with all that. I'm using somebody else's code that's already been written and I'm just pulling it in.
I appreciate that. No, right on.
Also, another thing, me and Titty, I wish he was on the call. We had a interview with a guy who's well versed in it, and he was saying that they've expanded past just LGBT or LGB stuff, and I see a lot of like pansexual, demisexual things that I'm still trying to figure out. And everybody wants love, and I think that Grindr is the platform that they're going to use for alternative, newer sexualities. So that's bullish.
Well, and that does come down to the security angle of it all, too. I mean, reputationally, if it takes one hit, what do you think might happen?
Yeah, that's a valid point.
What happened to Apple? What happened to Facebook? I mean, they'll probably recover.
Facebook isn't charging a $14 rate, though.
Well, it depends on how you want to value your privacy. If
Exactly.
I'm not sure if you guys know this, but bars are charging the $14 rate to buy a woman a drink these days, and they're still doing pretty well. So I don't think the $14 is a big issue.
Oh yes.
Will be during a recession.
So to me, Grindr is like Valve. I don't know if anybody knows much about that company, but Valve is to me as a gamer, they're the back end of gaming. And I think if I were a gay person, I would probably see Grindr the same way. Like, regardless of what happens to that company or whatever, they've given me an opportunity that is specifically for me. And I'm going to appreciate that because nobody else is giving it to me. So, I don't know. I can't speak as an actual gay person, but I feel like that's the way they're going to approach this thing.
Well, if nobody's giving it to you, I got an app for you.
It just seems like things might be moving very, very quickly, right? Very, very quickly, though.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it's as popular with gay women as it is with gay men either. Like, I have my gay friend, she's on a dating app, and Grindr didn't even come up. I don't know if it's only men. I don't know. But
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I'm wondering
like
the same.
lesbians need love too.
So, as someone who did some personal DDD on this, with the help of many people, basically there's a couple audience members on here. There are gay people that just are gay. And I did learn some things that there are some people on there that are essentially there for hookups. So people, women want to watch you have sex with their man. And then there's another group of people that are literally guys that are looking for opportunities to, please their woman, and then they'll pay you to, that kind of thing. So it's well diverse. Thanks for all the members that gave that DD. It was appreciative. Now I can pass it on to you.
Shout out to the Cuckold.
Okay, I could literally sit in this call all day. I've been here for hours. I'm going to get
Oh my
going.
God.
It was so great chatting with everybody. This is like my favorite chat for sure.
Have a good day.
Have a great day.
All right.
Everybody makes a lot of money today.
So for lunch, I'm gonna go to a Costco. Yeah, I'm gonna see how busy they are. Yeah, I'm gonna get
Make
a
sure,
hot dog.
make sure you get the hot dog and the drink.
And it's the only Costco in Delaware, so it will be tax free.
I hate you.
Yeah, I kind of hate you too.
Hey, anybody want to buy Apple devices? I'll ship it to you guys for like a $20 flat fee.
If you find any rare bourbons, I'll take you up on that.
Delaware's alcohol sucks. My uncle's from China. He comes to American liquor stores. Like, do you guys sell alcohol for men? And
Bro,
obviously-
Delaware has a ton of bourbon releases. That's hard to find around here.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Costco, but I would assume that Costco would sell some. Liquor.
Delaware doesn't allow liquor to be sold in grocery stores. It's one of those they blew the Bible laws or some shit like that. But it's really for the liquor distributors to maintain their control in the state because they actually sell a lot of alcohol in the state due to the tourism in the Rehoboth Beach and Dewey Beach area.
Bro, I went to a gas station that had a whole wall of liquor.
Delaware?
Yeah, I live in Virginia, so I'm always out there in Dewey Beach.
The Delaware does not have a all right. Is it a liquor store? Because they are not allowed to mix that kind of stuff. Because
It's
liquor
literally
store,
just a gas station. It looks like a gas station. I walk in, pump in my gas, go grab a Gatorade, and then I see liquor wall right behind them. And that's not just in one place; it's multiple. And then I see them in grocery or shopping centers and a whole bunch of random places. Is where I stumble.
But all behind the counter at the gas station.
I live in Delaware. This would be like big news if this is the case.
What I do hate about Delaware is that, like, when you buy liquor, you can't return it.
Well, if you live in Pennsylvania, you break your liquor bottle, they can't actually replace it for you.
No, I'm talking about Delaware. Like, I legitimately bought 2 bottles. One of them tasted like ass. Next day, I go to return the other one, and they're like, "No, that's illegal for us to do that."
Yeah, I wanted to.
Same here in my state. You can't return alcohol. You can't return liquor to the liquor store.
Yeah, here in Virginia, it's government-controlled ABC, and you could return it months later. Which then I go to Delaware to just do it the next day, and yeah, it's illegal. The more you know.
Do you guys have beer caves? There's just like a southern thing.
No,
Like a
Heineken.
What the hell?
Heineken.
Like a bear cave?
Beer cave.
You degenerates. It's a cove, not a cave.
Oh.
I wanted to touch back on the Grindr subject. I kept trying to talk, but I just got accepted. I drive Lyft at the moment, and I did just drive two guys home. I think they met on that app, but I'm not for sure. But I just think it's a booming market, and I just want to say I just think it's a booming market.
Yeah, I think
Did they in that car ride home? Did they talk about owning any shares of the company? I'm just fucking with you, man. It's all good.
I was gonna make a joke, but
They're
never
like,
mind.
yeah, I haven't been fucked this hard in owning shares since we met on Grindr.
How voracious did they seem? Do they seem like
If you're black on, what was the tip money? We just all want to know what the tip money was. Come on.
There was no tip.
If
Hold on. There was no tip. There was no tip because the tip money is in the Grindr subscription. There was no tip because the tip money is in the Grindr subscription, guys.
No, listen. You just have to explore the shaft.
Hey,
ladies and gentlemen.
Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it PG. Come on.
All right, so the Costco on a Monday is fucking packed. I don't know
But
what
it's
they
also
buy.
holiday season, so
No, Monday is restock day. Monday's when you go buy groceries. It's also when the elderly go buy groceries.
I will say that I've traditionally shopped at like Target, Kroger kind of thing. And I'm now that, again, whoever's been here, I bought this house, right? I'm looking at buying in bulk now. And so I'm looking at Costco subscriptions and stuff like that, specifically because we're going into the recession and inflation's such a bitch that, you know what I noticed is early on in this, I bought a fuckload of paper towels just because I got tired of having to replace them. And I still have all those paper towels. And I'm trying to fuck around like that.
I don't know how big your family is, but I've brought up this point before about Costco. It's like, unless you have a big ass family or something, like, do you really need 10 damn tubs of oatmeal stocked up? Like, are you really loading up that much of like certain items from there? Like, I get, if you cook a ton, olive oils and whatnot, but for the general things like you're talking about, paper towels and so forth, like, I'm not running through these things so fast where if I go to Costco to do a paper towel run, like that's lasted me the entire year. So
that's what you want.
Well, their business model is subscription. Their business model is subscription, just like Grindr, though, to an extent where they're making their money off of the upfront fee most of the time, and everything else is gravy. From what I understand, their business model.
But if I want something, I'm going to the local grocery store and just grabbing it. So much simpler.
But I don't want.
And quicker.
But I don't want to
like,
have
you're
to go.
not saving that much money by buying in like excess bulk that you end up not using, or you end up overusing because you have so much of it.
No, it's like you do get a discount on stuff, but I don't have to shop for toilet paper every week. I'll go. You buy a big thing of toilet paper from there, it'll last you months, and you're done. You have to, it's one less thing to worry about. Same thing with things like things that are not perishable. It's great to have that stuff and just stock up on it. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
But we live in a country of waste at the same time, though. We throw away thousands of tons of food every year, and I'm to blame for that, too, from going to Costco and buying a giant thing of salmon. You know what I mean? People buy it anyways. They move so much weight.
So
I'm a huge Costco
being bought up.
fan. Go ahead, Slut.
I can't talk very loud because I'm still at work, but it's being bought up by people who are preparing for flu season. They don't want to be around a bunch of people. So they're going to be buying up their toilet paper, their paper towels, their rice, their beans. So whoever's going to Costco, go down there and take a look and take an inventory on how much rice and beans is left on the shelf. These are for
that
old
is an
people.
actual
This
fact.
this is why they're buying up oatmeal, because it's really good for old people. It's very fibrous, and they're susceptible to flus.
What is Metamucil?
Like, are you really buying that much bulk where you're gonna just have oatmeal on the shelves for decades, just because you don't want to go back again. Is that
Yes,
kind of
in my experience, my family, and my culture, that's exactly what we do.
Just for 3 months. You stock up for 3 months.
No, I'm
For the
talking
winter.
years.
People go through oatmeal every day for breakfast. Of what, a family of 5, family of 6, you can go through a lot of oatmeal real fast.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's great for a big family like that. But for like your traditional family size, which tends to be like 3 or 4, like I don't really see it weighing the option of going to Costco just to buy bulk, just to have a shit ton, so everyone could either overuse or have it last for years. And then you overpay.
You guys all sound like, don't get me wrong, I love you guys, but you all sound like you don't have growing boys in your houses. Like my 12-year-old, I'm a 37-year-old fully grown man. I could eat a hell of a lot of steak, and that kid will put me to fucking shame in what he can put in his stomach.
Hallelujah.
The kids will be fine.
What I
You know,
like
I grew
about
up poor,
Costco,
and we ate oatmeal every fucking day. I have not eaten it since I became a man.
I like oatmeal. I'm just saying, like, I think you're underestimating the amount of oatmeal that just my son can eat.
but what I like about Costco is like I love going there to check out like the certain things that they change seasonally. Like sometimes they have some Kirkland brand clothing or something, but if I go there and want to get like a vacuum, for example, and that thing breaks down or whatever, the return policy is just fantastic. Like I never have to worry about having an issue with buying something
Today,
there and not being able to replace it.
Yo, Jay Bourbon, today is a sad day in Wall Street Bets. We went from a $500 million market cap to talking about getting deals at Costco. So I say puts on SPY.
Man.
You're on puts on SPY too? All right, cool. I'm glad you changed your calls.
What I like about Wall Street Bets.
I'm just saying, like, are you like during a recession? Are you going to Costco? Like,
Well, does
long
anybody
term?
see Costco's price going down? Does anybody see Costco's stock price going down? I haven't seen it go down for years now.
No, and
It's gone down
Costco's
a
prices
little bit.
haven't really changed because you're buying in bulk. You always get a discount.
No. I mean the stock price.
I don't know. I don't think their stock's gone down. I think it's been going up steadily.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's actually down in the 3-month and the 1-month chart. And it's down 8% for the year.
Nice. Because I remember trying to get on that 80 whenever we still had commissioned brokers, and I wasn't willing to pay the brokerage fee, and that might be one of the biggest regrets of my life.
I was going to tell you what my biggest regret was, but no.
Your children.
Come on, man.
No, it was marriage. It was marriage for sure. Like, I've
How
done
old were
some
you when you got
stupid
married?
shit. I got married when I was 23. I was way
Everybody
too
here
young.
told me that I would divorce my wife one day, and now I'm living it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Until she divorces you. If you actually look at the statistics, women divorce the man 75% in most white collar families.
Yeah.
Especially when they out earn the man's earnings, it actually increases to 90% in a normal, stable family scenario.
Maybe that's just a change of times. I mean, I think things have changed over at this point where we're living a different dynamic, maybe out of necessity, but
Yeah, I'm trying to see how to play divorce stocks.
You know, I think it's insurance, to be honest with you. I don't know how, but like if a company comes out that offers insurance across, you know, like relationships that aren't marriage, or if the government comes out and does some shit like that, that would be fucking enormous in the market.
I hear that. Well, we still haven't seen broad legal, access for the country yet either, so.
I just know 2 cousins of mine. They're both females, and they were divorcing their male. They were both out earning the man. They had kids in both scenarios. they still went on with a divorce, and they're both forced to pay alimony on top of, that scenario.
At least something's working right?
For all you men making less than your woman.
Oh, I mean it, bro.
Alimony.
Bro, you're not wrong. We probably need to move on, but you're not fucking wrong.
Spy puts, are they going to cash this week?
Medley.
They will.
Hi, friends. It's your local degenerate gambler.
Same.
I have spy puts out until the 16th.
Yeah, I bought one at close on Friday, and it's already printing.
And let me tell you my story. I put all that stuff on 375 here about 2 months ago after I made a windfall off the VIXI, just to tease them, you know what I mean? And then the next day it bumps down to 375 after expiration. So, I mean, that math is really still there.
Yeah, I think we're going to see another dip like that, especially with, everybody's saying we're going to have a huge Christmas rally, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah, you're going to see a bump in sales, but what everybody's projecting is not going to be hit.
But how is this recent rally not that quote unquote Santa rally already? It's just the Santa rally theory from December 25th to the end of the year.
Yeah, the idea is that like up until Christmas, people are going to spend all of their hard-earned cash for presents and gifts and treating their significant other to diamond necklaces and this and that. And the problem with that is that we are looking dead down the barrel of a recession, however size it may be, right? Like everything is kind of dialed in saying that that's where the economy is headed. So no matter how big you want to project this Santa Claus rally to be, personally, I don't think that it's going to be as big as it's been in years past, and because of that, things are going to miss.
Yeah, like hearing people talking, like couples saying, like, no one's talking about I'm going to buy you a diamond necklace or anything like that. Like I heard a couple the other day saying, me and him, our Christmas gifts to each other, we're going to buy a used sofa for our living room. So.
Yeah, which is perfectly all right. It's like, are you going to spend $2,300 on a diamond necklace when your interest payment for your house is at 7.5%? Absolutely not. You got to think about the average consumer right now. So with corporations saying, "Oh, we're going to have a huge spending period, it's going to be a huge Santa Claus rally," it's like, okay, like take it with a grain of salt, because whatever their projections are is not going to be anywhere near what it was last year or the year before that, before we were in such dire straits.
And if people are buying those excess things that they don't need, like the diamond necklace we're using as an example, are folks actually buying fully in cash, or are they actually taking on like a firm for their monthly payments?
People are using their credit. It's that shows with the most recent bank earnings. Credit has been at an all-time high. That's part of the reason why I had puts on Bank of America, is because their credit usage from last quarter was very high, as well as American Express and all the credit card companies. People are stocking their credit cards, man. As soon as interest rates go up, that's the first thing that they do. They don't have the cash to continue the lifestyle they're living, so they start to use their credit cards more often, and that builds up debt. Hence the increase in the percentage of APY, right? So you have a higher federal yield debt-wise. Now the credit card interest is higher. Now there's more money being compounded. That's what breaks inflation.
So why are companies like Affirm down who are offering 0% APY?
Well, Affirm sucks dick. One.
How does it suck?
Well, Affirm's been like doing like 10-20% interest though.
What?
I'd like to posit the anonymity of the internet. I think if I'm going to go to Walmart and I got 6 credit cards and I don't really, I'm not good at this shit, then I don't really want to do that, right? I'll do it online though. You're good.
12 o'clock midday alert, VIXY calls. Repeat, VIXY calls.
VIXY calls. Talk to us about that, moderator.
I'm looking at volatility picking up where everybody's thinking Santa rally, as you were saying, and let's say Santa rally doesn't happen. Volatility, amount of trade shaded. Everything's going to pick up. I'm looking at VIX, triple leveraged on volatility. Let's go. I mean, are we Wall Street bets or are we small street bets? What defines you, gentlemen?
I'm
Whatever the hell I'm
Harumph,
talking about.
harumph.
Hey, I didn't get a harump out of that guy.
Give the governor his harumph.
Bah humbug.
Yeah,
You watch
I
your
spend about
ass.
2,000 a month on daycare. I'm too poor for this.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Is that how much daycare is?
Daycare is fucking stupid.
Or do you have like 10 kids?
Yeah, let's put some numbers on this for real, because I haven't done daycare in like 12 years, and it was fucking stupid when I did it. So I'd like to know what it looks like more commonly currently.
All right. So one child is about $1,500 a month for like infant-ish. You gotta bring your own diapers. Formula if it's special. Well, actually bring your own formula. Bring some other stuff. But generally, yeah, you gotta pay up, man. So I don't know, give and take about $2,000.
So let's say it's $2,000. Is the child going to the daycare 7 days a week?
Nope. It's generally 6 or 7 a.m. to about 5 to 6 p.m., maybe 7, depending on the daycare. And it's Monday through Friday. They open basically most of the working days, except for like Christmas and Thanksgiving and whatever. So if you work shift work, you're fucked.
So you're paying $100 a day.
That's actually really good. If it is, again, 12 years ago, I was paying, I think,
That's not bad.
it was like 300 a week per child, and it was 3 days a week, I think. But that was a decade ago.
Yeah, and then if they're sick, they have a cough, you're mandated to keep them out of daycare, so you take off work. You're fucked either way. So who wants
Yeah.
to have kids?
The frustration that you're picking up in this man's voice is it should be your birth control if you don't have children.
Sir, it is not frustration. It's like dejection.
Exhaustion, just pure fucking sheer exhaustion.
I got 4 guys. Just so you know.
Yeah,
So
I
what
got
I'm getting
3.
at- What I'm getting out of this call is don't get married and don't have kids. Is that the moral?
That's, more or less, that's what I'm saying to you.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say make sure you really know what you're doing, what you want out of it.
Hey, that's good advice too.
You know, I'm a dad too. I'm just going to tell you right now, don't rush into it.
It's not everybody's situation, but yeah, I hear you.
No, for real. If you're, I'd say below 25 right now on this call, and you're with somebody and y'all are even remotely not being safe, but seriously, fucking
Completely agree.
Yeah, reconsider the fuck out of what you're doing.
Yeah,
No, just reconsider the fuck.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, reconsider the fuck. Well said, gentlemen.
Damn, this is the most progress I've seen in my life.
Yeah, you like that?
Hey, man, I've been in some real conversations, and this is moving smoothly.
So just to clarify, for the younger generation, you're suggesting that we do what exactly?
Kill your kids.
Keep your penis in your pants until you're making $100,000 a year.
At least start with the condoms, you know what I mean? You can drop whatever in life, but start with something, right?
But you guys heard the man, right? He said $2,000 a month for a child when an escort costs in the range of $400.
Okay. Hold on. I'm actually Casanova Nova. I was part of the Discord team with Dino, old boy. I can tell you right now, as a father, and many of us are fathers, you need to understand something real quick. There is no number you can put on childcare costs, because when you're a dad, let's say your kid is sick, you can definitely spend $10 on cough medicine, or you can go $300 into herbal remedies. It's all up to you as how much you care for your kid, and no amount of money can pay for that.
Well, I mean,
let's
that's a
be real.
generalized consumerism at the same time, too, though. I mean, I come from a culture where we're pretty adverse to any medicines. It's not necessary or anything, but it's really the I don't want to say, you know, the standard you're living by, but the situation that you're in that matters at the same time.
Fuck, man.
So whenever I was a kid, we had the Tylenol scare. It turned out to be just one disgruntled employee, but that scared a whole generation at that.
Yeah, I mean, same thing with like the vaccines. Everybody think your kid's gonna be autistic if you take the vaccines now. So
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, their kids were probably already autistic, and then they just blamed it on
Right
the vax.
on. Right on.
I'm
I'm
confused.
actually
I'm really
former
confused. Are we
married
buying
to a.
puts on Johnson and Johnson or calls?
Puts.
Oh, just so you know, at Costco, hot dogs are $1.50. A soda is 69 cents.
So the prices are not going up with inflation. That's good to know.
And if you get the hot dog, it comes with a soft drink if you get the hot dog at ours anyways.
Well, no, yes, but if you buy the soft drink separately, 69 cents.
Who does that? Nobody does that.
I do like 69 though.
Some people do that just for giggles, so they have the receipt that says 69.
Well, I'm going to Costco now.
Where can you get bottled water at the price of Costco? I mean, like Pepsi's like $16 for a 12-pack right now, I swear, in a grocery store.
You said Pepsi 12-pack of cans is how much?
I think it was like $16 at a major supermarket in my area that covers a few states. I mean, that was really surprising to me whenever I'm used to like getting like 3 12-packs for $4 at a gas station.
Wait.
There's no way it's 16.
Yeah, there's no
Where's
way.
this, Canada?
It's like 10 max.
Now, this is right below Canada, but I'm definitely US. I mean, it was $16 for a 12-pack of Pepsi.
So how much is your milk?
Our milk is around, it's getting close to $5.
I'm
How
paying
much are
like
eggs?
yeah.
Eggs is sort of, eggs are still reasonable. I mean, eggs are eggs, you know.
Are you rural?
Well, I mean, the area that I'm in is sort of mixed up. We're a different city, but it's more rural urban, but I'm urban.
Well, I know that the Coca-Colas and sodas here for a 12-pack is under $10 a piece, and then sometimes they got deals for like buy two get three free, and then that actually ends up being better than buying like a 35-pack of the same soda at Costco.
Right. I mean, I think really what I'm getting at here is like the product is definitely changing at the same time, though. They report this on the news 3 or 4 times nationally about how the packaging is being shifted and whatnot. She had brought up supply chain issues before. I really have to wonder if we're hitting on something here with Costco, you know.
Well, remember the Pepsi CEO during earnings said they've passed down the inflation down to the consumers. So
That's been that way for years. They're just finally saying it now.
So gas prices are localized. Are Costco prices localized? Like, is your Coke $16 because your store doesn't have a supply?
Well, that's what I have to wonder because I'm not talking about Costco where I'm talking about the 12-pack ad. The 12-pack was at a major supermarket in our region, and so to see that and only on a membership too, could you get a more reasonable price for the $16 12-pack? And we're talking membership with including your bank account information, giving that to the company. So I think that yeah, we're really hitting on something with the Costco here where it might turn into a membership type of deal all across the board maybe.
Subscription services for your groceries.
No kidding.
I think that Costco will see an uptick if we are currently in a recession / heading into a worsening recession. I think that, like we were talking about Home Depot earlier, it's just one of those plays where you just keep an eye on what's happening on the ground, ask a lot of questions, and just report back with what kind of stuff you're seeing.
So I don't know how many of you are aware of the concept of SaaS. It's software as a service. As a developer, it's very important because everything is moving to that model. And this is like the Office 365 model. It's where you pay a subscription to get access to a piece of software. The
So are
point that I'm
you
trying to make here is that yes, groceries and gas and fucking everything else that you buy every day is more than likely moving towards a as a service subscription, where it's like gas as a service and groceries as a service and shit.
wait, are you telling me I could pay like a certain amount per month and I can get gas at a certain price for the time period I sign up?
I'm saying more than likely, I don't know about gas. I'm saying we will continue to see more shit like that going forward with commodities. Whereas like groceries are very likely to become that soon, where I can pay a subscription to Kroger and they'll just like fucking supply me with shit. I don't even have to do anything.
Subscriptions on all
but you're paying.
endangered
Well,
species.
Amazon's done that. I mean, and
Yeah,
I don't know about Amazon, but I hate the Amazon model.
Well,
Which
Amazon model?
They've been like subscribe and save. So
Yeah,
I have
where they're offering you like an 80% discount for something if you're willing to subscribe to it.
Yeah. I'm saying it can be done better. I think if Kroger approached it, it would be done better.
I'm actually shorting. I'm gonna be puts on Kroger because they picked up ACI, and ACI has some really bad really bad stores that are hemorrhaging money.
What's so wrong with going to the grocery store and getting your own groceries?
Time spent.
Asking the wrong person, man.
You're just paying somebody else for their time.
Well, exactly. So
I work for Amazon. It was a great experience.
I'll tell you what the problem is it's really difficult for me to budget in the store when I'm putting shit in my cart. But if I'm putting it in a cart on a website, I can remove and I don't have to fucking worry about the embarrassment at the checkout, right? Like, I don't have enough money for this milk. I just take it out of my fucking cart.
First of all, that's hilarious. Second of all, if that's really that much of a problem for you, then you'd be printing it out after budgeting at home and then going to the store and taking advantage of the cost savings.
I'm not telling you what I'm doing. I'm telling you what everybody that I know is doing.
Well, here's the thing. How much time do you spend at a grocery store?
1 hour max.
The amount of time that it takes for the pickup to be picked up.
Yeah, how much is your time worth per hour?
Like $500.
Yo, what are your actions per minute, boys? What are your
Keep thinking
actions per
about that
minute?
in your life. I guarantee you that in the long run, that's not going to work out because that's socially unacceptable.
Wait, what's socially unacceptable?
Yes, please be more specific there.
To be thinking about your life and what every hour of each day is worth.
Without a doubt, but that is reality for some of us.
Their kits cost $20,000 a day. You gotta fucking break down your cost per action per minute, and clearly these guys have decided that to pay for kids and spend time on Reddit, they can't go grocery shopping and they got to pay somebody else to do it.
No.
They got to pay me to do it while I'm on Reddit.
I mean, you were close, but that's no cigar.
How many of you have actually tried the home delivery service for groceries?
I worked for DoorDash. I was a shopper for them. It's complete bullshit, just my opinion.
Yeah. So I have my girlfriend has a 2-year-old daughter, and she works a full-time job as a financial advisor. So she orders from Walmart. She orders groceries from Walmart. She orders an hour ahead of time. It's a $5 delivery fee. Everything is what she orders, and it's there within 20 minutes after she orders.
Well, that's because it's Walmart, not DoorDash.
Right, exactly. So like some of these grocery companies like ShopRite and Acme that are doing this, it makes a lot of sense, and the cost is not that much more expensive. And like I don't know, it sounds like a sound plan to me for people that
if I can elaborate on your point, right? So she spends $5 extra to get what she needs from Walmart, which if you think about Walmart, usually there's one close by if you live anywhere that's not like the dunes. Now that being said, $5 extra for Walmart to do like an hour delivery for what she needs, right? If you have a kid, it'll take you about an hour to get your kid ready to even get in the fucking car.
Yep.
Then
So,
you're doing
just
something wrong.
no, because let's say your kid's in a
Yes.
creative mood.
I have
Are
3
you gonna
kids.
yell? Are you gonna shut your kid down and be like, "Hey, no more of that creativity. Stop doing COBOL coding. We need to get in the car right now and go to Walmart." Really?
Yeah, and then you can't beat your child in public, so it's all kind of goes
Yeah.
downhill.
You just gotta
Yes, you
beat them in
Well, I mean,
creative ways.
listen, for real, you guys are joking, but like, how many times have you been in a Walmart and there's been a mom at the fucking checkout and her kid's screaming and shit itself and all kinds of crazy shit like that? Nobody wants to deal with that. They're gonna fucking order online.
You sound. I feel like only old people would do those online shopping for groceries.
I feel the opposite.
So here's the funny thing, Jay,
Are
bro.
you really buying everything from
More
that one
older
store?
people are actually the ones that consecutively show up on Monday and grocery shop in person.
They're the coupon clippers who want the best deal on paper. And meanwhile, $5 on an online app for hour delivery, and I don't have to strap a screaming 2.5-year-old kid in because they want to go watch their favorite show, and you're like, no, we got to shop now because the weather ain't great. I'll take it from the you know what? There's a value to that extra $5 on top of what I had already
Yeah,
paid
the value
going
is
there.
teaching your kids that life isn't lived on demand. Like, suck it up.
Well, let's understand that some of these old people that we're talking about here a second ago walked out without masks on for 6 months. We went from FDR liberalism straight back to Donald Trump conservatism without a mask. These are the old people we're talking
Guys,
about.
that's a little too political.
Yeah, whoa.
No, look,
No
without
politics
the
here.
politics, without
No
the politics, all I'm saying is a lot of people like me and people who are, 30, 40 years old with kids, $5 extra to not deal with Walmart and the old people with their coupon clippings and holding you up with their screaming kid at the counter. I'll take that.
All fucking
How
day.
long will that? You're just contributing to the overall issues in society these days by not hitting them head on. Like, that's weak.
But are you guys really shopping?
What the
at
fuck? Are
one
you
store?
serious? Dude, some of us are working so crazy, like so many
That's a
hours in a
personal
day.
problem. Like,
either
you make
running
life
our own
choices in
companies.
every moment of your day.
Look,
Okay,
the
okay,
guy's
hey.
trolling, man. Just let him troll. It's like that
what the fuck
journalist guy.
ever.
The guy's
I'm not
obviously
trolling.
not a touch
It is
of
literally
reality.
psychology.
I think
Dude.
he's a good opinion to have. He balances out the conversation. There's a lot of people who aren't represented who
I
he
do
voices their
apologize. I do
opinion.
apologize. I didn't mean to make that so political. I meant more just to highlight the massive shift in priorities amongst.
No, it's good. It's good. We just try to keep it.
There's a quote.
We
on
just
that,
don't want
possible.
politics. We don't want politics only because that just leads us down an hour-long rabbit hole.
Yeah, where we're at.
I apologize. I
It
really
actually has less to do with economics than it is mentality, right? Like we know the basics of politics, like gun sales go up when there's a liberal, when liberals are in the White House, and gun
But you
sales
could
go
argue
down
also that these old people who
House.
were spending the money like they were supporting the economy by going out so at the same time, sort of fearless at that, But and then to take the example of the children as being worth the money, my question is, how long will it last? How long will they keep the services at an affordable rate that it's affordable to a common person to be able to make that choice?
Well, so as long as that's a good question. So as long as they're making a profit off of you ordering from home, right? They're also covering an employee basis, right? Because now because with this self-checkout thing, they lost a bunch of cashiers, right?
So
the cash, like the
if you think about it, it
union
costs
was
to
having
hire
an
a
issue,
cashier.
right? Because they were like, well, these cashiers are now out of a job because we have automated cashiers. Well, guess what? Now you have a new job opening. You have people that can go around and pre-shop for when these people come to pick up the groceries or when it gets delivered. So now you've opened up a new position, as well as having the automated cashiers and moving the amount of time that people are in the grocery store down to a minimum, even though it still feels like a fucking eternity.
Can you even drive
right.
back and forth to Walmart for
I think you hit
$5?
it right on a point there. It's flexible, but it still feels like it's not,
Like, I'm up here in Canada.
not
It takes me
creating a new
$5
position.
worth of gas just to warm up my freaking truck to drive to Walmart.
Jesus.
Well, move somewhere
It's not.
warm, dude. No, I'm fucking with you.
You're not really like creating a new position. What they're doing is trying to shrink the amount of positions that they have and increase the amount of overlapping jobs. So if you're an associate at Walmart in the future, you will basically be a glorified stock associate. You will help people find shit that want to come in and shop the store. You will pre-pack orders. You will fix like self-checkout kiosk issues, and you will check $100 bills. And that's pretty much what you will do all day.
And if you think that it's going to head that route where it will be that specialized, god damn, I love the idea of it. I can't see them putting that kind of trust in people. Because they paid me well. They paid me well to pick up stupid bags of coffee and put them in carts so somebody could get them banged against their side door and thrown in there. How long is that going to last, though, as a functionality?
Well, listen, here's the thing that you tapped on, right? Most of these supermarket workers are unionized. They're part of a union. They're protected under a contract. This is the thing that I'm trying to say, right? As long as that union exists, as long as they are contractually secured, that's going to go on for as long as they're fulfilling their duty. And
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but let's just put a little more sense into this argument. An AI robot, let's say how Amazon has been working on robot pickers. It may sound like a far-off deal, but what is car manufacturing? How do they get cars like from Mercedes to be so perfectly lined up, panel gaps and all, if you even had the opportunity to buy a car and nitpick about things like that? I digress.
Yeah, they're automated.
Automated. So like, you want to talk about a stock pick? ABB. They're in Germany. They make the robotics, they make the motors, they make the solenoids, they make basically everything that you need for robotics development. Now, if we want to scale this up a little bit, Amazon's not too worried about having to fire a bunch of people short term because they've already developed a solution in-house and all they have to do is implement it. And a robot can work 24/7. A robot doesn't need a union. I hate to say it, but listen, you got to get your skills up in today's world. You better go back to college and figure out something that's going to be relevant. Otherwise, you're getting left behind. I mean, that's just a skinny. And this is NREN.
So, moderator, question regarding the Amazon example there. Are you talking about what piece of the robotics division? Like, are we talking about the one that they just laid off everyone? Or are we talking about Scout?
Well, they just kind of laid off a lot of the people on the top end of AI development because they've already basically hit what their internal metrics want. When we're talking about sorting and the volume of packages that come in and out, when we're talking about stock picking, if you look at Boston Dynamics and some of the stuff they're doing, then you look at Amazon, they were behind that Zoox taxi, self-driving, whatever the hell it was. Amazon plowed a lot of money into basically removing the human element from a supply chain that a robot could easily do if it was smart enough. So you just got to understand, like, I don't know how to say it. Amazon, they're not stupid. Why would they invest so heavy into research and development and AI robotic future development unless they were just simply replacing the workers who we're talking unions? Dude, that's like so last century.
Yeah,
I get you on that.
I completely agree on your sentiment on what they're trying to do to automate. But if you're talking about within their grocery stores, or you're talking about the warehouses, then I think they kind of cater towards two different needs.
I think eventually it's just going to be a warehouse. I don't think there's going to be a grocery store that you can go into. I think
there's a huge discrepancy between what they're paying people in terms of the quality of the labor, though. I mean, you'll have a shop picker making $15 an hour to go and get people's food, and then they're making the same thing and do a warehouse job too. I'm really wondering about the clash that goes going on there.
So like take a minute, because we've seen the TikTok video or whatever of the Amazon robot picking shit, right? Like it's a smart ass robot, and so. How far are we really from them taking the doors off the front of that Kroger and just making it like some sort of robotic drive-through so that there's a robot that'll, slap some groceries in the back of your car? Half the fucking cars we buy, you just push a button and it opens the back of it and then closes, right?
So all right. 30 years?
No, 30 years. 30 years. Dude, we're talking 5 years. To give you an idea, during the pandemic in New York City, when they had to put government-provided subsidy boxes of food in people's cars, they had a whole queue line. on a road that they knew they could close down. Everybody hits the button, open the trunk, they place the food inside. Now, make that a Boston Dynamics robot picker that can scan your license plate, verify you paid for your items, drop it right in the trunk, use AI identification to place items, and Bob's your uncle. Now you don't need a bunch of human workers, so fuck your union.
So are we going to have bus drivers that are automated then too? Because everything seems to be a struggle to me, even to get
Yeah,
this
bus
automation.
drivers would be a great place to invest.
I mean, we already have bus lanes in New York City that if you even drive in it during the day, talk about a fine. So yeah, I could totally see buses going automated.
I just want to let you guys know that back
Call
in the
it Subway.
they did have somebody that was paid literally to smell farts to see if there was cancer and stuff. And this is back in the 1700 era.
True.
So, and then I don't believe the tractor got mad at the shovel, and I believe the horse and wagon never got mad at the car. But I do digress.
Here. All in favor, say aye.
So back on track. SPY puts, grocery store calls, and the inevitable decline of buses.
But if grocery stores were so profitable, then why is Amazon like laying off a ton of people in the grocery sector? And then if AI was so important or profitable, then why are they laying off a ton of people in their devices segment, such as Alexa?
Because Amazon doesn't want to get into real estate.
Recession.
I got an answer for the trimming down of like the service sector for Amazon. I mean, basically, it's a supply and demand cycle. Right now, the demand is lower. They're gonna trim that labor force because they don't want to pay extra for reduced demand. That's like a
No, I
waste of
get
money
that.
for
But
any
besides
company.
besides the general reason of like recessions coming, there's too many people, blah blah blah. At the end of the day, all these FANG stock companies, even Google, can be run by like 100 people. I mean, Twitter proved it, right? They laid off 90% of the people, and now they're going to actually turn a profit for the first time, and they're still running it. So I mean,
100 people can't keep child porn off the platform, yet alone run
dude,
it.
that's what I'm saying. It's a misnomer, dude. Like 100 people cannot run Twitter, no matter how much Elon wants to fire people and make himself another hero again. Like he's burned all the goodwill a man could have in one lifetime.
I don't think that's the case.
I mean, do you need 10,000 people where 9,000 of the people are just
in his lifetime?
doing what?
One at a time,
I
gentlemen.
don't think that the Twitter speculation about what he's doing versus talking about what they've actually done is going to be helpful. But to talk about the child pornography thing that you referenced, he actually has addressed an ongoing issue that was lagging for 10 years at Twitter. So I'll just point out that it's not really how many people, it's like, what is the focus of the person at charge? So there was someone who submitted a claim to Twitter because there was a video showing him being sexually exploited when he was 13 years old. It took multiple like ID verifications proving that it was him requesting for the material to be removed, blah, blah, blah. It takes like 10 years for them to automate a lot of the sexually exploited images that are on Twitter. But go back and look at the updates they released this past weekend. They removed 40,000 accounts associated with expletive child images, and that is the amount that it would normally take them in a month. They did it in one day. So there's some stuff that's going to get a focus, other stuff is not going to get a
All
focus.
they did was collect the data to calculate and determine them, and then they pushed a button to do it all at once. It's not like they went through and found those all at one time.
40,000 accounts were removed in one day.
Dude, how about
and that
this?
was the most that has been removed in one day.
The U.S. government
somebody
has
made a big
paid
decision.
good-
That's what that
Yeah,
was.
that's all it is. I mean, the U.S. government pours billions of dollars without any recognition. Microsoft is even part of it. Even Apple, with using the portrait mode facial recognition to log in. And you can correlate. I mean, did anybody even look at that dark web site that got taken down because of the fact that they were using crypto as well as video? Like they literally stormed into the guy's house and found the room of him abusing his own daughter and putting up porn.
All right, what the fuck are we talking about, guys? This is like
Well, I mean, just how
The
much
way
things are connected here. I mean, if you get on the bus and the thing's automated and your groceries are getting delivered and that's automated, is there any control over that whatsoever as an intermediary? I mean, you talking about software as a service, you might have permanent auditors, I think is the conclusion we're coming to here.
So I hate to be that guy, but what's the play on like the setup, right?
Thank you for being that guy. Honestly, thank you.
Like I don't want to be
More
rude
than
or anything, but like ultimately this is a call about we discuss things and then decide if there's a market-based play to be made, ideally to make money, but probably to lose money because whatever. So like what's ultimately this leading to an investable move we can make?
The sentiment I'm hearing is that folks are bullish on all these delivery service companies because they're too lazy to go down the street and get groceries. But I'm bearish because I don't think that's a sustainable model. And grocery stores haven't been profitable for Amazon either. Neither have the devices. As everybody was talking about AI, I mean, their Alexa devices are losing billions of dollars a year on it. That's why they laid people
And
off.
shopping
not because
online with the groceries is like anti-capitalism because it's too easy for somebody to pay to have their product show up first in the list versus seeing them side by side. You don't decide that in the store. You're presented with all the options at once.
So I'm
So
just
are we
going to
saying
end. I'm just going to
calls,
pause for.
puts?
Hold
What are
on,
we
Red.
saying?
Sorry, Red. Just one second. I just want to make some, just remind people of some house rules. We kind of let you guys go on the edge on some things just for like talking about certain sites and porn and whatnot. And just kind of some edgy topics. And so that's obviously not what we want to talk about and what this forum's about. So if you guys could just restrain from letting others go into that corner, we would appreciate that. Thank you. Continue.
No doubt, no doubt.
Anybody want to put puts on Macy's?
what's your thesis?
Yeah, I'd like to hear the thesis on that.
Rad, what were you saying? Sorry, Rad, go ahead.
No. You guys go. I was just saying, is it calls or puts? I was just doing what you did, just directing. They've directed to Macy's.
Well,
Thank you.
they open up the whole Toys R Us thing. My kids don't really give a shit about Toys R Us. I mean, they don't know what Toys R Us is, or do they care? I ordered a bunch of shit from Macy's. Every single one they sent so far are either wrong orders, or the boxes are like smashed, and they're brand new stuff. I don't know anybody else that ordered online had the same experience. And then went to their stores. This is Delaware. This is supposed to be like a pretty busy season for them, especially they sell like makeup to the Chinese people. It's like empty. Not a lot of people there.
I concur
So
with your analysis. 34th Street, Herald Square, Macy's, the flagship New York City store, dead. Even Saks Fifth Avenue is having increased amounts of volume in terms of foot traffic. Tourists really are not going to Macy's, and Macy's has been fucking up for a long time. Target, Walmart, and even Dollar General are safer plays, in my opinion. That's my 2 cents.
The other thing about Macy's is the cost of servicing the debt as a Macy's shopper. If you're going into a Macy's store, a lot of employees and associates are trained to push purchasing on credit. And I think that is a lot of where the retail volume was coming from for stores like Macy. So if we see tightening on credit because people have blown through their stimmy checks, they've ran up their credit card balances, and they're not going into stores because the recession is coming, then that's pretty bearish for Macy's.
yeah, and then there's also this they call Macy's Backstage. I don't know if you guys have it like locally in your stores, but like basically that's like the bargain basement for Macy's, and that place is just getting bigger and bigger. That's like the only department that's been expanding in that Macy's store, and this is supposed to be like tax-free shopping Delaware. And it's just like, I mean, it's great for somebody who's got money and just want to buy discounted shit, but it's not
Macy's
great.
has inventory. I mean, their
Um,
inventory is insane. I mean, and that's what happens whenever the inventory dries up here with Macy's. They're relying
Well,
on real
that's why they're
estate.
launching Backstage, 34th Street, Herald Square here again. Backstage is no different than Marshall's TJ Maxx. The products that get on that rack are designed to be from brands that are willing to sell you a lower quality, inferior product. My mother-in-law was just talking about Banana Republic. That's under Gap. That's, so the Gap brand, they own Old Navy, they own Banana Republic. She was talking about how much she spent on average in her wallet for her Christmas purchases because she doesn't want to go to Macy's. She doesn't want to go to these retailers that she knows she's getting an inferior product. She went to Banana Republic and she asked me, hey, is Banana Republic traded on stocks? Look it up. It's Gap. People are being very selective this year. That's why Target and Walmart are kind of blowing it out the water.
Well, and I
The
hate to
calls
sound
on
like
the
I'm supporting Macy's here because I do have my issues with that company, but you can go there sometimes on a off season, if you will, and find a Tommy Hilfiger down jacket for $5. The business will be there. It's will they be making money off of it? Because it is real estate that kept that stock price afloat.
But that's the issue with that company. Like, I'll be quick about my background in Macy's, but I understand and I'm very familiar with their inventory system. And let's say you have a customer at the 34th Herald Street store. When you look in inventory and you look across the country, you Mace, like, you can find the $5 jacket that should have been marked up to $75, but the inventory manager isn't doing their job. The stock is fucked. It
Right.
shows you that jackets are available in one store, so you spend like 5 hours on the phone trying to get it for a customer. The customer's pissed. You're pissed. It's just poorly managed. Like, somebody like Amazon that understands supply chain management could do wonders with that company, but it's a dead business acquisition. Like, I'm not sure what they're going to do.
I don't think it's a dead business acquisition. I'm kind of on the opposite side. I'm pretty bullish on Macy's for a few reasons. One, it's 81% institutionalized holding of their shares. So that's a big difference there compared to some of these other companies like Gap. I'm not sure their figures of institutional holdings. But nonetheless, they also have a great online presence. You can get things delivered, not super quick like Amazon, but there's a wide selection of things. You can ship them to your local stores or to your house or wherever. And I think the quality is still there. And then pricing wise, it's always packed every time I go. They have multi levels of items that they sell, not just clothes and shoes, and they have jewelry and perfumes and cologne that they have people that are trying to upsell. And then on top of that, during the holiday seasons, people find all types of deals there. So I don't see that as a bearish case, at least in
I
the
just
short
don't
term.
see the inventory. I don't see the inventory be there.
You guys also don't see the other side of the Christmas rush at a store like Macy's. Like, there is a separate season where Macy's gets a shit ton of inventory back and has to try and put that back into their poorly managed system.
Yeah.
So it's busy right now for sure, but you don't understand how much of that inventory actually comes back as gift exchanges, returns. Like, I think that
Well, they
given
won't take refunds in
their
it.
volume,
They won't refund sale items anymore. Do you know this?
I'm not sure with the current
They won't.
refund process.
Any sale item will
They
not be
used it a few
refunded. A
years
year
ago.
ago,
Oh, they changed it recently, I'm assuming.
that's my concern. Is everything's changing. Like, it might flip. Might not have the inventory. You might not have the credit available. You won't be able to return anything. So maybe Amazon is to play there, but
Well, if you have like American Express, you can actually get return protection. So, I mean, they may be protected. I mean, the consumers may be protected. So I don't know where the chargeback is going to be. Is that Macy's covered by American Express?
But my point is, if you were translating this into a play, let's say you're buying puts on Macy's 3 months out, like, are you really buying puts on Macy's who's beat earnings the last 4 times on top of the fact that it has a PE ratio of like 4? Like, is there really that much reward or risk in that scenario?
Hey, do you want to bet on Sears? Hey, I got a company for you. It's called Sears.
Fuck you. I mean, fuck Sears.
I love you too, bro.
I think
that means
Macy's.
calls on Grinder.
I think Macy's is a short, but the issue is much like Tesla. It has so much name recognition that it's hard to get the price to what you think is like straight value. Like there's no buy price that I have in my mind for Macy's. I'm just bearish on the company as a whole.
Hey, I'm still holding on 50 shares of Sears right now just because I think that he's going to do something with it. You know, it's 30 years down the road.
Or remember J.C. Penney?
Right.
Legitimately turned into a penny stock.
J.C. Penney was probably the finest of the Macy's and Sears catalog condensed into one store. I used to watch women go crazy over an 80% sale for an item that was probably $5 off of the original MSRP. They would jack the prices right up until holidays and then 80% off.
Yeah, I think that's why people found out this Black Friday. It's literally the same sticker price rebranded as a huge discount to the original MSRP, but
People
they
aren't
were
that
never
easy
even
to
selling
fool
it
anymore.
before. I agree, and I think that's where that turn on the Black Friday is happening.
Some of you are still bullish on Macy's, so apparently people are easy to fool.
Yeah, I'm bullish on Macy's because people are idiots.
Hey,
Oh, well,
Thomas Kincaid made a killing. So did that Tiffany company that made like the HSN products.
so also like just to be like mindful, like a lot of shoppers are buying store brand items, especially in grocery stores. So that is like a pretty strong indication that the inflation is definitely hitting the average consumer's pocketbooks.
Isn't that why Jay Powell brought out the belt and basically told everybody for the 9th time in a row, like, we're not trying to keep inflation going crazy high. We're going to taper off the percentage and kind of get an idea. How is it going to hit people? Because we're coming into the holiday season. And I don't think Jay Powell wants to be the Grinch. So as far as I'm concerned, if we're looking at like 5 basis points, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean,
50, you mean?
50, yeah. But some people are thinking that J Powell's going to pivot, or at least he's
If
going to do
Jay
it
Powell,
soon.
think about it, Jay Powell knows does anybody here even read his transcript? Like how everybody was asking on Theta Gang, hey, what happened on 130 when the stock market rallied? They released the transcript. If you read it, Jay Powell is literally like a parent telling their child, I've told you a million times, this is what it's going to be. He just reiterated it. That's it. That's why we had the rally last week.
Jay Powell has literally never said anything about pivoting, and it's all just been hype from the media because they want you to buy, and he's not going to stop till we reach 2% inflation.
He's just saying it's not going to be as drastic as 75 basis points. Like we're going to go for 50, like, come on, we're going to see how it impacts the market and tailor it from there. He just put everybody to bed.
Yeah, I'm still bearish though. I still think we're going to see a 0.75.
0.75 would be insane if that happens.
I'm
we're
saying
dumping hard.
I think it's going to happen. I know like there's hype and there's all this sort of shit saying that it's going to be 0.50. I don't think that's coming. I think another 7.5 is coming. I think it's going to tank the market. We're going to see a huge drop, and I think that's what he wants. I think he wants an immediate drop, and then to watch the numbers come in while we're all scrambling, and then the numbers come in showing that inflation has dropped tremendously, including that huge drop, and then he lowers off the pedal. Then he eases his foot off the pedal.
I don't think 0.5 was like a speculation figure. That's what J Powell stated, or am I wrong?
Yeah, that's what J Powell stated. He literally said,
Yeah, exactly. That's what he literally
he
said.
literally said, we already know that inflation is on everybody's minds. I want the Santa rally. We're going to ease off the rate gain. We're still going to tack inflation on, but it's not going to be 75 basis points. We're going to go for, let's say, 50. Just kind of ease off the gas a little bit, see where the market falls. We have good CPI numbers. We have good numbers all across the board in terms of US coming back to world dominance. You know, like, come on, are you really going to bet against the American market, boys? We're coming
You
up to
say
the biggest Santa rally. You
you say
know
we
it.
have good numbers all around, but what slowed down this rally was the unemployment figures. They weren't where J Powell wants Max Payne at. Like unemployment was increasing,
Yeah.
right?
Again,
If
I
anything,
am
it was the
not.
reverse.
Hey, speaking of
I am
which,
still bearish. Sorry.
SPY is about to test 400.
That's what I'm saying.
What?
Listen, at
Something?
this
Let's
point, it's time for
go.
you to pick your point. You either bet on Santa or you're the Grinch. I
I'm the
mean,
fucking Grinch.
no judgment, no judgment. If you're the Grinch, we need the Grinch. The Grinch keeps Santa in check.
Look at
Fuck
my
Christmas.
look at my profile picture. Like I'm a fucking bear all across here till I see otherwise.
Well, God rest ye merry gentlemen,
Ye
and may
berry
your
gentlemen.
spy calls input display.
I wanted to mention because we don't have market caps anymore. DRV. It's a bearish ETF on home builders. It's down pretty low right now, but I'm expecting it to go up, which means home builders go down. And another thing I wanted to say was that before all this, BlackRock and Zillow and everybody were buying houses at the top. It's going to be really hard to shake those houses out of the clutches of these big mega corporations, conglomerates and stuff. And so this brings me back to the interest rate and the inflation checks and the housing market crash and all that stuff. I'm thinking that it's not going to happen the way that people think it's going to happen, like in 2008, because all these rich people don't want to sell for a loss. When I say rich people, what I mean is BlackRock and other people that just other corporations that just
Hedge funds, big money.
Yeah, hedge funds that just
Absolutely. Ridiculous
harvested
money. Yeah.
houses. Harvested houses. I mean, like neighborhoods and communities.
But isn't the argument that
Yeah,
BlackRock
it is.
can do a better job at managing the housing market than a company like Open, and that really it's not that all these stocks are going to get hit, it's just that some stocks are going to get hit really hard because of how much they're going to have to mark down the value of the property.
So the way the timeline is, like, they all bought it at the top of the market. They bought them outright. Now, that was when the interest rates were really low. Now the interest rates are really high. So everybody who's gonna get shaken out is, unfortunately, like always, the poor people.
Well, can I add? Actually, so this is I have a real estate license just for shits and giggles. So I've been following the real estate trends. So this is not exactly how that happened. They didn't buy at the top. They actually started buying around the pandemic when it was dipping hard. They were buying whole neighborhoods. Say, for instance, the neighborhood's average home price in 2020 at like in March was like 150. All right. So they start buying at like 160, 170 on purpose. So they jack up the price of the homes. And then as a result, Zillow got its algorithm all very messed up because they were seeing closing prices up like 10, 15% higher than traditional market value based on their Zestimate. And as a result, everything started going up. It started slow and then it started going like basically parabolic. And so what's been going on is that the homes are getting less and less affordable. From what I'm seeing is that because it's getting less and less affordable, and because the wages are not keeping up with the inflation of real estate, even now, people are not going to be able to afford to buy. They're going to end up being renters. Renting is basically how rich, quote unquote, the rich people make money because you maintain the ownership of the property at the owner level. If you're an institution, you're probably going to live for like 500, 600 years. you're not gonna live that many years as a renter. So that money is gonna continue to flow in regardless of what it is. So they don't really care about ROI as much, especially if they're major institutions where they are guaranteed an income, as opposed to, you want to flip a quick profit and trying to elevate your net worth.
Well, here's a
But for
counter
those,
argument. One
go ahead.
second. For Zillow, they loaded up a ton of houses, like you mentioned, but then they also had a dump at losses. So how do you like make that point? They could have
Well,
just rented them all out, right?
no,
They
again,
didn't
that's
dump.
that's
They cleared
Zillow.
up.
That's not BlackRock. Those are not private equity firms. We're talking about private equity firms that owns these properties.
We're talking about both. We're trying to
No,
say
we're talking
the
about
housing
the whole
market.
market.
Yeah, we're talking about Open. We're talking about Zillow. We're talking about BlackRock, and saying that BlackRock is probably better situated to not take as big of a loss from buying at the top as Open is, because BlackRock has the institutional knowledge of position sizing. And unlike Zillow, they weren't saying like, hey, there's a massive edge in us buying up this entire neighborhood. Like, Zillow was betting with the wrong model. They were seeing edges where there were not edges. So it's like, do you short Zillow and Open and stay away from BlackRock because they're probably not going to get hardly hit? Or like, how would you play it?
I would not play it in a traditional sense on like a private equity market. I can't see the macro enough. All I can say is that if you have cash and if you can stomach the loss of the real estate value plummeting, you can still be a landlord and get a continuous monthly income. As long as you are able to stomach that initial shock of depreciation. Um, I mean, so that's not really, you can't really play an option on this, like, unless you have access to like the CD, credit default swaps that everybody's talking about. I mean, it's not possible for peasants like you and I mean,
Yeah,
I don't, maybe you're not a peasant, but I am.
and that's kind of what I'm
Here's
trying to
the other
say.
thing.
I'm trying
Go
to
ahead,
say that
Flood.
it's going to
Sorry,
be
my
a little
bad.
bit
Go ahead.
more. Yeah, just let me just finish this. That's what I'm trying to say, is that it's going to be a little bit more complicated than people are making it out to seem, because you have basically this huge fund, these huge funds that are propping up the market because they will not sell at a loss. Now, are they going to rent out all these properties? Probably some of them. Are they going to try and sell some of them? Yes, and they're not going to try and sell for a loss. So what you're going to have first happen is you're going to have everybody who's can't afford these higher interest rates falling out first, though. So it's not going to be. It's something that needs to be added to the conversation, because I don't hear you guys talking about this very much. But you've basically got like, and you say that they bought a 10 to 15% lower, but I still think that that's the top, considering what people are estimating this correction in the housing market to be.
But if real estate theoretically goes up, long term like SPY does, even with its downturns, short term downturns, wouldn't it still be beneficial for BlackRock and Zillow and so forth to continue loading up on houses even as interest rates increase? It will only negate or be negative for those
Oh,
who are poor.
absolutely.
But for those who are actually wealthy, they could buy all cash, and that interest rate is no longer relevant.
Yeah, and the thing is, you're going to have higher cost of houses because the housing market's going to be propped up. On top of that, you've got these 6% interest rates, 7%, whatever we wind up getting to. So you're going to have people just completely locked out.
But
Yeah,
is that bullish or bearish for housing market
neither,
in the
because
short term? It seems like a flatline almost.
It's complicated. It's
yeah,
complications that need to be
right.
mathematically figured out, is what I'm trying to say. Bullish or
And
Yeah,
bearish, I don't know. I don't know.
yeah.
and
I'm
we're
saying because
also,
DRV, I had DRV holdings, but I closed out of them because I just didn't see where are we going to make a major crash? I'm not sure.
Best
But I
case,
got in pretty cheap.
best case scenario for making money on this is you've got kind of like a spring that's getting wound up and wound up. And if you start seeing problems where BlackRock's having liquidity issues and they've got all these houses that they just need to dump, you can just see like a cascading waterfall of cheap houses, or of house sales. So there's ways to play it. We just need to figure out a strategy.
I think the strategy is to figure out in terms of all these private equities and even public companies like Zillow
trying to figure out in terms of the market as a whole who owns, what's the breakup of how much homes BlackRock holds, Zillow holds, and so forth. And then I think from there you can see who will have the liquidity issue first. And if BlackRock is holding the most and they have a liquidity issue, that's going to just create the chain reaction we're speculating on.
Right.
I think
So correct me if I'm wrong. This is my understanding of what these big companies are doing. They're actually not. Some of them are actually not directly held by these companies. They are basically holding on to private equity firms or other LLCs that are purchasing these companies. So if they see their portfolio to be good, they pick up on some of those shares. Where the shares where you and I usually are not able to have access to. So that's what their portfolio look like. It's going to be a lot of work, really, just for like I'm not saying we're too stupid, but for average Joes like us to actually sit through, because the way that their transactions work is that they're going through like multiple layers of LLCs that you really have to dig very, very deep through to see who has what and where and when.
I don't think it's that big of a difficulty to decipher who's going to be most affected, though. Like, if you just briefly look at, I mean, Zillow's a little different because they have two classes of shares, but like, let's just say like the relative market cap of Open versus Zillow versus BlackRock. Like, Open's market cap is like maybe $1 billion, like on a good day, and then like, Zillow, I'm not sure how you would like converge it between the two shares, but let's say it's like 10 billion. And then BlackRock, like what's their market cap? Like 900 something. So like if Open has $1 billion market cap and the majority of their market cap is based on the value of the homes that they like have to mark down, and the housing market takes a shit, like the percentage of their market cap that's moving downwards at an accelerated pace is like the company you would short first versus BlackRock. You know what I'm
Has
saying?
a market cap of like 100 bill.
You said 100 billion?
BLK or whatever.
Yeah. So like their market cap relative to the housing market is not going to be as affected as Open is. So I would say a downturn in housing, short Open. And if you think BlackRock is gonna have a liquidity crisis, that's a really fucking big deal. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in California, so I'm probably biased, but the houses weren't even affordable to begin with, and now you're slapping on this ridiculous interest rate on top of it. It's obvious who's going to be paying for this.
Yeah, it's like BlackRock and people with deep money in pockets, like they were benefiting during COVID and so forth because they could outbid and then pay that difference if you came back at appraisal and it didn't appraise at what you wanted. You had to cover that difference plus putting on a down payment. Normal average people aren't able to even barely do the down payment, let alone trying to cover the difference between appraisal for overpaying. So they were already winning in that scenario during COVID and so forth, and now they're going to win again, especially as things cool down and they could actually get deals on houses that are just sitting that people are actually desperate on wanting to get out of.
Right, and they don't have the risk either that they have to take on because they own it outright. So like as
Exactly,
the
they can
risk
pay all cash.
Yeah, the risk of mortgages and foreclosures and stuff. This is why I've been avoiding bank stocks. I've been getting into like other money moving things like Square and SoFi and all that stuff. But I've been staying away from anybody who has exposure to this risk of people foreclosing on their houses for obvious reasons. It's just J Powell just wants to break this market because he knows that's what's going to solve this inflation thing, which needs to get under control as soon as possible.
Well, so some of the tickers you guys might want to look into is O Realty. That's like a pretty big one. It's like a pretty big deal. Like if that one tanks, the world is fucked. WELL, Well Tower, that focuses a lot in healthcare. Again, that's one of these things where, if that tanks, we're fucked. SKT is Tanger Outlets. That's for retail. Basically retail outlets. And these are like pretty significant. I mean, these are the ones that I have on my portfolio just to keep an eye on, and they're like a pretty big deal, especially if they start having serious volatility. So far, old realty's been holding up pretty well, which is actually much to my surprise. But then again, because rent is so high nowadays, they can probably like offset some of their like older portfolios and not maintain loss.
All right, guys. We do appreciate you tuning in today. Opinion, do you want to say anything? Last minute words to like coming to a close on all the ideas and whatnot?
I go downtown that run. You know what I mean? This is awesome, guys. Thank you for letting me talk here today.
Yeah, thanks for coming. You guys are what make the show go on. So nope, I don't have anything. Just come out. I'm not sure what our focused discussion topic is for Tuesday. Haven't thought that far ahead, which is unfortunate because it's tomorrow. So if you have something you want to hear or talk about, put in the comments. And then Wednesday we have our Ortex AMA and GameStop earnings after hours.
And GitLab earnings today.
Yeah, but we're not doing a call for GitLab earnings. Or should we?
I just want to say thank you to everybody involved today. We had some really great opinions. Tomorrow, we're just going to be looking at Santa Rally and whether, we're having a Santa Rally or the Grinch came to town. Thank you for everybody involved, and you have a happy holiday season.
All right.
Pieces.
Good luck, guys. Market is dipping.